Sumner County Commission is now in session pursuant to adjournment. God bless the United States. God bless Sumner County.
Our invocation tonight will be given by Commissioner Brown.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we're grateful for being able to address the creator, sustainer of this universe. Help us to always be mindful of the fact that we are in your presence. We're so grateful to have an omnipotent being that we can be the children of and know that we're taken care of through the truth that we find written in your word. Help us to always be mindful of the fact that we are here to consider the welfare of the people of this county. Help us to lay aside all grievances, all selfishness, and use true wisdom from above in making our decisions. Lord, we ask for your protection, whether in this life or the next. We know that if we follow your word, that you'll be with us always. Be with us tonight as we make these decisions that affect these citizens here. Help us to be the examples that we should be before our fellow men, that we should give them also the hope of eternal life. We ask this in your Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
If you'll remain standing for the pledge to be led by our clerk.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Each commissioner records your presence.
I see that we have 22 present tonight. Mr. Schoaf said he would be just a few minutes late. And Commissioner Pomeroy was not feeling well this evening, so we are down 2 people. Mr. Mansfield.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Before we adopt the agenda, our finance director and our law office have informed me they want to step up to fix any potential issues they find as far as Title VI. And we got a resolution on your desk here appointing Mr. Scott Shamrock as the Title VI coordinator, just so we don't have anything fall through the cracks as far as grants or anything like that. So they asked that we add that to the agenda tonight so we can move forward with that.
Thank you. If you'll wait just a moment, I have a couple of things I want us to add before we do want to add that, and we will put that under legislative,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Mansfield. And we want to add but I don't guess we do want to add because I can't find what we were going to add. So when we get to it, we can debate it. Does Commissioner Wynn, do you have something you'd like to say about the agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add to our agenda under legislative. It's a resolution that was placed on everybody's desk that was drawn up, and it's the Library Board of Trustees call to action to protect our children. All
right. That resolution, that happened to be on everyone's desk. You see that, and if there is no objection, we'll add those 2 things to the agenda.
I'm going to make an objection, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if
Okay, then we would have to vote if there is an objection. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Madam Clerk, would you put that on the board?
Which is yes and which is no?
Yes is to add, no is to not.
Each commissioner records your vote.
The vote is 11 to 11, 12 to 10. Anyone wishing to change your vote? It still did not receive 13 votes, so what we'll do, Mr. Wynn, if you want to present that to legislative next time. Any other additions to the agenda? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. All right, approval of the consent agenda. Motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Approval of minutes. Motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. We are now to probably the most pleasant time of our meeting, and that is recognition of schools and kids and other good things that are happening. So I think Commissioner Mansfield and Commissioner Moss are going to be recognizing Westmoreland High School.
If we could have, I guess, the administrative staff of Westmoreland come up, and whoever's here tonight wants to come up. Tonight, something was brought to my attention about Westmoreland that was unique and special by my school board member is they are the only high school in Sumner County that achieved a reward school status, which I thought was a pretty amazing achievement. Before we read this resolution, just kind of wanted to share why that struck me or why that doesn't surprise me. I first met Principal Duffer a couple years ago through a fundraising effort that the Shackle Island Volunteer Fire Department chief and his wife had put forward for scholarships for students throughout Sumner County, just to help them out with some college needs. And they asked me to go up to Westmoreland 3 years ago to present when Commissioner Mo Taylor had passed away, and kind of in his honor. As you know, Mo Taylor's a good, dear friend of mine. And so I went up there, met Principal Duffer, and just asking him about the school and doing a tour of the school and getting to see the Westmoreland community. And one thing that struck me was particularly is the care that Principal Duffer specifically has for the kids in Westmoreland. He showed me this, introduced me to this one gentleman who was graduating at the time, and told me about basically in ninth grade that gentleman was at a troubled spot, wasn't sure if he was going to stay in school or not. And Mr. Duffer and the administrative staff and the teachers at Westmoreland really took this kid under their wing. And basically when he was a senior, he was pretty much almost in tears because he didn't want to leave Westmoreland, because it had become such a family for him and had become such a safe place and a good environment for him, for his emotional well-being, his physical well-being, his mental well-being. And so it didn't surprise me because you could just, Westmoreland's unique, and just really appreciated that about Principal Duffer and the leadership standard that he set in Westmoreland, and the really sense of family that you can pick up on when you visit that school. And so really proud of you guys as a community, and proud of Principal Duffer and the staff for what they're doing in Westmoreland. And we wanted to read this certificate of recognition on behalf of the Sumner County Board of Commissioners. Would like to recognize Westmoreland High School on being a 23-24 reward school. Westmoreland High School was recently honored as a 23-24 reward school, receiving an A grade by the Tennessee Department of Education. Being named a reward school is the top distinction a school can earn in Tennessee, a distinction awarded to only 377 schools across the state for the 23-24 school year. Schools are recognized as a reward school when they demonstrate high levels of performance and/or improvement in performance by meeting objectives across performance indicators and student groups. It is most fitting to pay tribute to public schools that have achieved such significant academic milestones. Westmoreland High School selection as a reward school is a tremendous source of pride for the school administration, teachers, students, parents, and community. Therefore, the Sumner County Board of Commissioners, meeting in regular session on this 24th day of February 2025, does hereby recognize, commend, and congratulate Westmoreland High School on the prestigious honor of being named a 23-24 reward school. Furthermore, the Sumner County Board of Commissioners does hereby extend to the administration, teachers, staff, and students of Westmoreland High School best wishes for continued academic success in the future, and I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign.
Folks, I want to say something.
Mr. Wright, if you would, I apologize for not mentioning that Commissioner Terry Wright was here. He's sort of a mainstay up there, as you know. Apologize, Commissioner Wright.
You're fine. Folks, we have an excellent school on the north end of this county. Matter of fact, we have a couple. Matter of fact, we have more than two. Come up and visit us sometime. It's not that far of a drive. We would love to have you. These kids, these staff, I have watched them for 8 years work their hind end off to get to where they're at. And they're still going further. They're not done yet. So let's watch them go. Thank you.
I would be remiss if I didn't mention a number of different people who made this possible. You're not looking at the guy who made this possible. If you look at those young men in those red jerseys, if you look at the women sitting out there, if you look at the folks across the back row all the way through here, teachers who walk that hall, and I'm going to tell you, this guy's my right arm. He and I finish each other's sentences, and we have been working together for over 30 years. He's a lot older than I am. But we've been working together a long time. We make a great team, and we have a lot of great people. Yes, I may drive the bus, but my bus is filled with wonderful people who just love kids and do everything in their power to better the lives of those young men and women, shine a light down the path that they're traveling, and point them in a great direction. So for all of you and everything that you do, thank you for making this possible. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We do congratulate the accomplishments of our schools. Tonight, we have several potentially contentious issues to discuss, and I hope that as you come up under the recognition of the public time, that you will remember that decorum is very important. I'll expect everyone in the audience to remain respectful and quiet. Also, I would remind everyone that there is a time limit of 5 minutes, and with a page and a half of names, it would sure be appreciative if you didn't take 5 minutes. We may get the message before then. Just let us know whether you are for or against any of the items on the agenda. And I will remind you that there are certain rules that I will have to enforce in comments that are made, such as mentioning individual commissioners by name. That is a no-no. So if you plan to do that, please don't. All right. Chris Shoemaker.
Chris Shoemaker, live at 1018 Silver Maple Lane in Portland. Don't worry, I know it's going to be a long night, so I'll keep this short. I'm speaking regarding the library board appointment from the Committee on Committees. So I emailed the Committee on Committees and asked to be considered back on the 6th or the 7th of this month. I failed to hear back from anybody on that committee, so I went and spoke at their committee on committee meetings on February 10th. I want to highlight 2 comments on that. I'll keep Commissioner Hyde's rules in mind. There was one commissioner on that committee that asked who puts the names forth, and the chairperson stated that she did. And another one made the comment that he would gladly consider me for the board as long as that name came forth. However, if the committee chair is the one putting forth the names on the agenda, can anyone else be considered if it's not that chairperson's consideration? So I emailed all the members of this body later that evening with a copy of my letter of interest that I had sent to the committee, as well as a copy of my resume. I received one response asking me several follow-up questions, which I answered, and I also sent that to each member of this body. I did that simply to prevent getting multiple emails back of the same questions, and everybody got to see the exact same answers. Currently, the library board has 2 open seats. The northern end of the county is underrepresented, and one member of that board has a term that's set to expire in June. So here in about 4 months, we're going to go through this whole process over again. I'm eager to continue to serve the community in any way possible and feel I can assist the library system in growing and becoming the best it can be. Part of that, I'm personally vested with a 7-year-old daughter that loves to use the library system. I would gladly accept a nomination from the floor if someone wanted to make that, and I appreciate your support in filling one of those roles.
Mr. Mike McClard.
My name is Mike McClard, 102 Tioga Trail. I'd like to talk about 2 things tonight. One is the library board. I know this has been an ongoing process. I know Mr. Stockton and Mr. Ray both have been voted on more than once. You know, the only criteria that I understand that you have to be on this board is the fact you're a Sumner County resident. I think they meet that qualification. One of the other things that I've heard discussed about this, that they wanted this new member to be a grant writer. Well, you know, that's not part of the qualifications. Do the other sitting members now, do they have to be grant writers now? So if you're going to make it fair, make it fair. I've also heard that one of the statements has been made that this board already had too many conservative Christians on it. Well, the exact opposite of a conservative Christian is a liberal atheist. So think about that when you start to vote on these people. That's enough about that. The next thing is the paying off this debt for Westmoreland. As y'all know, we have a tremendous amount of things going on in the county with the stadiums that fail, and the rest of them have failed inspections. Between Beach, Hendersonville, Portland, Gallatin, Station Camp, Merrill Hyde, and White House. Well, White House is a bid going out, but it'll be somewhere between $2 and $3 million. There's $29 million going to be spent. That's the bid. I suspect it'll be more than that. Usually when you get into construction, you're going to find things that are going to up that price before it's all done. You know, and that doesn't even take into account the athletic complex that's been built over on Wolfpack. I mean, the money has been spent hand over fist for all these other schools. All Portland is asking for is $274,000 to pay off a field house that, and I've seen the pictures of it before they rebuilt it, before they tore it down and rebuilt it. It's awful. I wouldn't keep an animal in it, much less expect our young people to use that as a field house. I would humbly ask you to pay this off, let them start fresh, and the next time I would recommend that they not personally sign anything that you don't own, because the county owns this building. You can build whatever you want up there, but you don't own it. The county owns it, and they have controls over it. So the next time you need booster money, I don't have a bake sale or something, don't sign anything else. But please, ladies and gentlemen, take care of this debt for them. And I know everybody, that other people, I got a minute, so I'll keep yakking, have talked about adding on the rest of the boosters' debt, and I've got no real problem with that, but that can be done another day. Take care of that some other time, but take care of this tonight. And I'll leave you with a minute 47.
Thank you. Emily Goddard.
My name is Emily Goddard. I live at 245C South Leith Road in Portland, Tennessee, and I'm here to speak tonight on two issues. The Booster Club funding and the library board. I support funds to pay for Westmoreland's incurred debt for their booster club. I would like to also add, as some others have, that I think it would be the right thing to take care of the debt for other booster clubs in the county as well, but then find some way to, like, that's it, it's a one-time deal, and then with no more debts incurred. Or if they incurred, it's theirs, but we get into a sticky situation when we're building private spaces on public land. So, and then regarding the library board, I applaud Mr. Ray and Mr. Stockton's willingness to serve. I do feel that they were brought up and not passed through on several times previously, and I don't feel like they should be brought forth again. And just as a note, in general, everyone here is serving the public, and whether we agree or disagree, even with the people that are coming forward to want to serve, let's try to take a note of civility and remember everyone's just a person at the end of the day, and try to quit with a lot of the hateful comments. And like Abraham Lincoln in his inaugural address, let's try to let the better angels of our nature show. Thank you.
Cynthia McClard.
Hello, my name is Cynthia McClard. I live at 102 Tioga Trail in Hendersonville, Tennessee. I have two topics on my agenda tonight. One is the library board. Y'all, we live in a corrupt world today. Everybody knows that. We have got, if you have an opportunity to put strong Christians on the library board, put them on the library board. Keep our kids safe. We've got to keep our kids safe. And if this means putting Christians on the library board, then 100% put them on the library board. My second topic is Westmoreland High School. I did a little research. Let me tell you what the capita is of the high schools in Sumner County. Beach High School has 1,500 students as of the 23-24 school year. Hendersonville High School had 1,500 students. Station Camp High School has had 1,114 students. Portland High School had 1,179 students. Gallatin High School had 1,677 students. White House High School had 824 students. And Westmoreland High School had 542 students. Now the Booster Club, we all know, we all have kids. We all have kids, and we know that a Booster Club is made up of parents. You take Westmoreland at 542 students, and you have the parents that make up the Booster Club. It's nowhere near the other high schools. They're not going to have AstroTurf. They're not going to have an indoor practice facility. I don't live in Westmoreland. I'm behind them 100% though. I I live in the Liberty Creek district. Liberty Creek, if you want to compare apples to apples, and we all know Liberty Creek is somebody's legacy, it won't be Westmoreland's. Well, I have seen Westmoreland play. My nephews go to Portland High School. We back the Portland kids up 100%, but they played against Westmoreland. And Westmoreland, I have never seen football players with so much heart. They don't have the fancy stuff. They have heart. And you can't deny these kids of getting this paid off. And we're talking about raw sewage. We're talking about mold in the field house. Just got the reserves are already there. The $274,900, the money is already there. This one time, and I have kids, I have 3 boys. If I had a son come up to me tomorrow and say, Mom, I am broke. Can I please have some money? I would not deny my child that money if it meant that it would help to pay his rent. So I stand behind Westmoreland 110%. They are the hardest players that I have ever seen in my life. And while you're up there in Westmoreland, let me tell you about a good place to eat. It's Kathy's Country Covered. We go up, my husband and I go up there all the time. So these Westmoreland people, I mean, like I said, it's hard, y'all, it's hard. That's what I was raised on. That's what my husband was raised on. When you come from the country like he did up in Macon County, you fight with heart. You don't fight with dollar signs. It's not dollar signs, it's heart. And they're winners. Every single person on the football team, in my eyes, are winners. So let's get the debt paid off. Thank you. That's all I got to say.
The applause will keep us here much longer than we want to be. So I ask that you not applaud, please. Pascal Jovance.
Pascal Jovance, 1335 Longolo Park. I'm a councilman in Gallatin, District 3, and I'm a member of the Airport, Music City Executive Airport Authority Board, member appointed by that same commission sitting here. I was kind of surprised last month sitting at home when my phone started blowing up because a commissioner, I'm not supposed to say his name, even if he stated my name last month on a record, so I'm not going to say his name, but he knows who I'm talking about, accused me of not having attending one airport authority meeting since I got appointed. I printed a record for him the next day, but I don't need to give it to him because I talked to the chairman of the Airport Authority Board who told me that the next day he sent them to him. So again, I don't understand. We never talk. He doesn't know me. I don't know him. What's the point? What's the point of throwing stuff like that in the air, falsely accusing people of not doing what they're supposed to do? That comes back to everything. We throw dirt in the air. That's nothing to do with the airport board. I don't even think he knows who's on the airport board or what the airport board does. But that comes back to everything happening here, all right? People were talking to the library board. It's the same thing. People were proposed, turned down. We don't care. It's just putting people in place to keep the message, whatever message needs to be. I'm probably, and I'm sure about that, the most qualified person in that room to be on that board, because that's my job. I have been a professional pilot for more years than you can count. I've been on the executive side of aviation for plenty of years. I flew president, I flew vice president, I flew Fortune 500 president, I flew more stars you can think about. Put a name out, I can probably tell you I had them on the back of my airplane. So again, what's the point? Why don't you guys, instead of playing a political game, put the people who are qualified the most to be on boards so things can happen? Instead of trying to play politics with taxpayer money. So, if you want them, they're here, but I know you already got them. So, I was expecting a phone call. Just tell me I made a mistake. Sorry, but I can dream.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Chairman.
Kevin Bagert.
Kevin Bagert, 424 A.B. Wade Road. Before I get into the meat of what I wanted to talk about, I wanted to just mention Resolution 250112, the veto override of Resolution 250112. In 11 years of coming to virtually all of these meetings, I've never seen a county executive veto something, especially something that never got approved by this county commission or the previous county commission to do what they did, moving the election commissions over to the other side of Gallatin. The little bit of money that it's going to cost, an inconvenience, is a convenience factor for citizens, where if they have to come and do their elections work, they have to one-stop shopping. It's all done here. Also, we keep incurring more and more costs for the elections commission for travel. Maybe it's because they have to keep driving back and forth. Put them right over here, make it nice and easy. Correct a wrong that should have been corrected years ago. Anyhow, so the other thing that I want to talk about, and you know, anybody that's been watching me for a lot of years knows I look for like things that just are a little off base or off color. I think you all with the red shirts ought to stand up and give yourself an applaud. You all were the only school in Sumner County that got this commendation. You had a leaking roof. You had poop flowing. You had all these things. You don't have an indoor practice facility. You should commend yourselves. In fact, maybe you don't really want to have that money reimbursed. Look at how much better you are, because guess what? That education is going to go a hell of a lot farther than whether you play in an indoor facility or not. In fact, you know, steel sharpens steel. By you having to work against those odds, that's what makes you the men that you're going to be. So I was thinking about this whole thing, and I'm on the fence about whether I support funding the paying off the debt, only from the standpoint that we should never have gotten into this in the first place. I don't know how the school board can make an arrangement with a nonprofit to incur debt and then come to county commission. State of Tennessee says that the county commission is the legal funding authority. So it was done wrong in the first place, okay? Take that off the table. The problem we have, folks, is we've created a sports facilities arms race, okay? When is an indoor practice facility not going to be good enough? What is the bottom line that the school board is going to come to the county commission and say, this is what we need for the students? I would argue this. You all are living proof. You do fine without it. You do great on the football field, you do great academically. That's the whole goal. Be proud of that. Wear that as a badge of honor. Use that as a chip every time you go up against somebody like Liberty Creek, the pampered little whatever that they are. But the problem we have is this. There's no standard. What are we going to do next year to raise the bar? How many more millions of dollars are we going to ask the citizens to pay for? For what? Gold-plated tiddlywinks chips? I mean, I don't know, but I would say this to the chairman of the Education Committee, chairman of the Budget Committee. You should demand from the school board some set of standards. This is what we will expect or want the citizens to pay for, some benchmark, so that we're not looking at a year from now, well, you know, we really need to have a retractable dome over at the new Gallatin High School. Where does it end? Where does this arms race end? We need to establish what the baselines are, what are safe, good facilities, and then pour any extra money that we have into making sure that our kids get things like this. Because guess what? When you go to see an employer, they're going to say, oh, you went to Westmoreland. They're a really achieving school. You must be pretty good. They don't know that your roof leaked or not. Wear it as a badge of honor, men. Wear it as a badge of honor. That's all I got.
Mike Ray.
Hey guys, Mike Ray, 929 Aqua Drive. I'm running for the library board. I wanted to start in a place that I think we can all agree on, and I'm gathering this because you guys have all said this, and all the people that I've talked to have said this. But I think the number one priority for the library is that we keep kids safe. And I'm going to try to read some body language. I hope that all of us want to keep kids' safety as a number one priority. That's what I think. Is there anybody that thinks that we don't want that? I think we all want that, all of us, every one of us. Well, if we want it as a priority, I think it's a little wild that I can go into a library. I did last week. I have found 18 books in the past month since our last meeting that we have here, 18 books that are absolutely pornographic. We don't have porn in the libraries. Yes, we do. We absolutely have porn in the library that kids can access right now in all of our libraries. And I have found them in 3 of the libraries. If you think I won't find it in the other 2 libraries, hold my beer, because I will. It's in all 5 of them, I promise you. And if you think that it doesn't exist in there, then you got your head in the sand. It really does exist in there. And so I don't think we can have those 2 things at once. I don't think we can put kids as a priority and say, well, we got some porn in the library they can get to too. They are getting to it, I promise you. And the HR person in me also thinks that kids should be number one. Number one priority. I'm pretty sure HR would say safety first, especially for the kids, right? All right. But how can 2 of those things be true at the same time? Porn in the library, safety for the kids. It's happening, guys. But don't tell me how to raise my kids. I hear that all the time. I don't want people telling me how to raise my kids. Nobody's telling anybody how to raise anybody's kids. My kid is 19. I'm about done raising kids. I don't want to raise yours. But we're fooling ourselves if we don't want to believe that we don't all have some responsibility for all kids. Whether you want to believe it or not, you have some responsibility for my kids. I have some responsibility for your kids. Yes, I do, and you do too. You have responsibility for each other's kids. I have responsibility for these kids in red right here. All you do too. And if you don't believe me, let's watch a kid run out into traffic and see if somebody stops them. If you don't stop them, you're a coward, right? Nobody wants to be called a coward. No, we're all going to run out and stop the kid. Nobody's trying to raise that kid. They're just trying to protect him. They don't want him to be hurt. That's all there is to it. Well, kids have cell phones. They can get on the cell phone. The cell phone is not public property paid for by my tax dollars. The cell phone is yours, paid for by your money in your name on your plan. I can't do anything about that, what you do under your roof. That's not mine, but the library is something that we all pay for and something that we all, if we're all going to pay for something and we're all going to provide something, we all have to provide a safety too. Nobody's trying to raise anybody's kids. We just want to keep them safe. That's all. But you want to ban the books. No, I don't want to ban any books. That would be the last resort. I don't want to ban the books. I just want to keep kids safe at all cost. And we're not doing a good enough job right now keeping the kids from these books. They are accessible. So if we have to ban the books because we can't figure out something else to do, then that's what we'd have to do. But I don't want to take the books away. My aunt loves to read Fabio, you know, the romance novels. That's fine. If she wants to read them, she can read them. I just don't think that those books need to be in the hands of children. And we're not doing a good enough job keeping those out of the hands of children right now. We're never going to make the library perfect, but there's a whole lot we can do to make it better than it is now. It's not going to be 100%. We're not going to find all the books. We'd be chasing it forever. There's not going to be enough money. There's not enough manpower. There's not enough whatever. But we can do a lot to improve now. Thank you, guys.
Monique. Ritterbeck.
Good evening, Commissioners. Westmoreland. So I was here last time. Thank you for reminding me. My name is Monique Ritterbeck. I'm at 349 Lola Lane in Cottontown. I was here last time, and I shared my deep concerns as a mom of Sumner County and some of the things that I saw in the library. And I feel like some of you guys did not care. You had your own agendas and ideas and decisions that you wanted to make, and you did what you wanted to do, despite what us moms and dads and grandparents asked you to do on our behalf. I am especially disappointed for, I'm not supposed to name any names, but for those of the people who did not vote, who particularly represent me, I find it to be very cowardly. If you're here to vote because the people that voted you in expect you to vote. You should be voting. I had some time to reflect and kind of wrap my mind around some things. For those of you that aren't really up to speed on what's going on, I created an account called @NoNoGroom, as in no groom, like don't groom kids, on Instagram or Facebook, and you can kind of take a look and see what's been going on. I really recommend that you do that. From all of the research that I was able to do, I could not find any clear mission, vision, or value statement for either the libraries of Sumner County or for the library board. And what's concerning to me is that last time we were here, one of the commissioners kept going on and on about, HR, one of the candidates not having HR experience. And I found that to have a certain lack of self-awareness, because for the last 3 years, 2 positions have remained unfilled, and they've not been filled by you guys, and I find that to be a failure, because the libraries do have issues. We should not be able to go onto the shelves and get any pornographic material, explicit material, and I feel like you need to take responsibility for that and get that job done. It's like, what are you guys doing? There is a pettiness. You need to take it seriously. I guess I'm being very candid today, but I don't think that you realize that we are in a different season right now, and people are waking up, and we're very aware that those of you who are supposedly standing on our behalf, some of you say that you are for us. You even say that you're for God, but in actuality, you're for yourselves. And you can tell, we're not foolish, okay? We can see, because when we voice what we want for our children in our city, our county, things move very slowly, or they don't move at all. But if one of you, high sitting up commissioners has an idea for who you want on the board, that happens pretty speedily. And then if you have someone that you want to suggest be on the board, that happens pretty speedily. So I just want you to know that, I'm a mom. My husband had to eat leftovers today. I have other things that I'm doing. But guess what? God sees. And you do answer to him. I want my son to be a brave little champion, to be courageous. And when it's time to step up and do what's right, that he can do it. I want him to be able to look people in the eye and say what he knows to be right without fear. All of you guys have been voted in here. If you're tired of hearing the people come up and speak, if you can't sit up straight in your chair and listen, why are you here? We're not huge fans of you. We don't care how fancy you look sitting there. We want you to do one thing. We want you to do the right thing. And we want you to try and do it every single time. If you can't do that, seriously, I pray that you would at least have the fear of God to get up and leave. And I would like to ask you right now, if you know that you're not right, to repent and ask God for forgiveness and do the right thing. Because at that moment, turn things around. But if it's some stupid petty thing, if you don't like somebody for whatever stupid reason,
Tracy.
Thank you.
Tracy Pinar. Listen, I want everybody to understand, respect goes both ways, and we're trying to respect the public for their input here. And I would expect you to be respectful of rules and order. And I really would not want to ask the deputies to just automatically put people out, but I will. Go ahead.
Tracy Parker, 1110 Woodvale, Gallatin. I'm here to speak about the library board issue as well. And this is what my vision of the library board would be, that it truly represents all the communities in our county, that it represents a variety of perspectives without labels and what political party you might affiliate yourself with, or your personal faith. It should be representative of all of the people in our county, which is continuing to grow by leaps and bounds. If you were raised in Sumner County, I've lived here 30 years, and I can't imagine if I had been born here and gone to school here, how much things have changed. Just in my 30 years, they've changed a lot. But I don't feel that the choosing of the people who are on the library board is very transparent. And I know many people who have applied and spoken of interest in that board who have been ignored and dismissed. And I don't feel like we're having a good, transparent process. There seems to be a lot of cherry picking of people, and I don't think that's good. If the committee on the committee is going to pick those people and that's their job, then there should be more than just reading a letter. It should be available to all the commissioners to see so that they could speak to all of the people who have expressed interest or applied. And all of the committee members should be able to vote on all of the applications and who those people they want to come out of committee. So I just would like to see a more balanced view geographically, all of the communities, and just a difference of perspective. Even if I don't agree with you on a particular topic, I can still learn from you on that particular topic, things that I didn't know before. And that doesn't reflect, whether I agree with you or not, my faith or your belief system in any way. So I would just ask that we not approve the people who are on the agenda for tonight who have already been voted down one time, and that we kind of start fresh with a bigger pool of people who are interested and really do some work and try to create that well-balanced board. Thank you.
Janet Curtis.
Good evening. I wish I could present this in that fabulous foreign accent we heard a little earlier, but you're stuck with this. I'd like to thank you for being here to hear from the constituents. I hope that you both hear and listen what is being asked of you by a majority of the people that, I just realized you need my address. Excuse me, 7350 Chowning Road. Thank you. Janet Curtis. I'd like to present my library cards. I have them from 3 different libraries in Sumner County here. And I have several questions I'd like to ask. I understand that previously, the last vote, these gentlemen were 115 emails expressing support for Mr. Ray and Mr. Stockton, and a mere 25 withholding support. It's a ratio of 23 votes affirming for every 5 votes rejecting them. Can the commissioner and library board members tell us this evening the count of emails received affirming and rejecting? I know of at least one email, and I'd be pleased to read that for you if you would like. Next, there is someone that can show the precedence for the combined all or nothing vote packaging these 2 candidates together. When has this ever happened, and why has it happened with these gentlemen, both of whom should be judged on their own merit? Both are fully qualified and desired by a majority as shown in these emails. Child safety and the guarding of their innocence. I'm a married woman of 40+ years who's raised 3 sons. I'm no prude, but the books I've seen have caused my face to blush and need to stop my own reading, never mind the artsy illustrations. Young children know what's wrong when something's wrong. I've worked with kids for more than 40 years, and they will tell you, this doesn't make me feel good. We've got to guard and protect them. Can we put a vote before the citizens to separate the selections required for parental checkout? We have age limits for everything else for children, but they can walk in and pull their little porny books down and, you know, hopefully somebody take them from them by the time they get home. This has become such a wearying waste of time to have this vote over and over again. What should have been a slam dunk qualifying representation, ability, and desire to serve the people of Sumner County. Please do not take our wearisome as your end all, because we all vote too.
Jill Cornelius. If you'd please give your name and address.
Sir. Jill Fernelius, 180 Cobbler Circle in Hendersonville. I'm here to speak on the continued troubles regarding the nomination process for the open library board positions. As many have stated, a lot of qualified people have applied and have been ignored. A list of questions the Committee on Committees require applicants to answer has been made public, and as someone who has made a career out of identifying and mitigating risk, I know the importance of making sure to ask the right questions. It was shocking to read the questions posed because it gives so much insight into the people asking the questions and what end goal they're looking to achieve. Over the past year, there have been many public comments and social media posts that have bred a culture of division, homophobia, and deception, and have included personal attacks on both fellow commissioners and members of the community. Some commissioners have made these attacks. As I have been listening to each of you here over the past couple of years, I believe the majority of you would prefer to govern in honorable ways without having to resort to said divisiveness. So all of this division is rationalized as protecting our children. So let's talk about that. And if these questions the committee poses to board applicants are actually effective in protecting our youth. The specific questions given seem to suss out an applicant's desire to limit books or Christmas tree decor based on their appropriateness as judged by one's personal biases towards the existence of LGBTQIA themes, books with literary merit, or if they believe library directors should be fired by suggesting events follow fire code. So let's talk about the harm specific that these questions allude to. I could find no scientific evidence to suggest that reading literature with LGBTQIA themes can change one's individual sexual orientation. There's no evidence that seeing pride decorations will make a child identify as LGBTQIA. There's no evidence that reading how someone of a different race may have a different life experience than you will harm your child. I could find no evidence, when placed in areas appropriate for one's age, books that address diverse narratives, address socially relevant topics, or include themes with didactic value harm young readers. But we all do agree there is harm that children do face. So as of 2023, 41% of LGBTQIA young people seriously considered suicide, of which 14% had made attempts. LGBTQIA youth who experience family rejected are 8 more times likely to have attempted suicide and nearly 6 times more likely to report high levels of depression. 60% of LGBTQIA youth report feeling discriminated against just for who they are. 56% of them who sought mental health care in the past year were unable to access it. 1 in 5 girls and 1 in 20 boys are victims of sexual abuse. 3 out of 4 adolescents who have been sexually assaulted happen to be assaulted not by a book, but by someone that they knew. The United States Department of Justice provides a lot of information and leaks that are applicable to this discussion regarding what individuals and communities can do to prevent, identify, and respond to many of these horrific statistics. I scoured every resource, and you know what wasn't mentioned in any of the FAQs? It said nothing about banning books that have sexual content. It says nothing about Christmas tree decorations in celebration of inclusive music choir. It says nothing about lying to the public about a fictitious drag story hour. It doesn't give any warning about the American Library Association guidance, but it does have so much important information for us to know. And what is the top method to protect our children? It's to educate them. Common public policies are reactionary and have little evidence that they curb harm from initially occurring. However, education programs can teach kids how to identify dangerous situations, how to say no and summon help. Books are safe ways to expose our youth to complex issues, raising their intellectual and emotional engagement. Our libraries can give education resources that does help to protect them. And if a parent doesn't want their kids exposed to certain themes, they absolutely have the right to supervise their kids and only allow what they approve of. So you have the same question posed to you tonight that you've now answered twice before. Does this very narrow-minded approach to selecting board applicants actually keep our children from harm? The answer is absolutely not. As a mother, it makes me incredibly uncomfortable for this community where certain members of this commission and applicants cannot accept that no means no. I ask you to yet again reject Mr. Ray and Mr. Stockton for the open library board seats. And also as a taxpayer, I fully support us spending taxpayer funds to support our booster clubs. Thank you.
Caden, Ray.
Just give me 1 second. I got to shake all these nerves off. Okay, I'm ready now. Dang. Good evening, commissioners. What's up, everybody? Man, I just want to thank everybody for the opportunity to speak tonight and just the freedom to express my opinion and be here, gathered with everybody tonight. My name's Caden Ray. I live at 929 Aqua Drive in Gallatin, Tennessee. I'm 19 years old, and so I just feel like I have a little bit of insight as to what it's like to be a young man who recently grew up and is still in the process of growing up, which I'm realizing a little bit more every day. And I guess I'll start with this. So I'm pretty active in serving in the nursery at my church. I love the little kids. I'm with the 3- and 4-year-olds, and they are awesome. They're wonderful. And I love that that a lot of them, you can tell how they're being raised already. They're going in the right direction. And so in 4 more years, they're 4 now, 3 and 4, 4 or 5 more years, they're able to be dropped off at the library, any public library, and they can pick up any books they want off the shelf and go sit on the sofa and read them. And considering that 69% of men in America have viewed porn in the last year and that 40% of women have viewed porn in the last year, I don't see any reason why our taxpayer dollars should contribute to that. If you want to read books, that's completely fine. But when I was 8 years old, I probably shouldn't have been reading things and viewing things that were completely straight up pornographic. I'm really lucky that I didn't, and that's probably why I don't have a porn problem today. Unlike a lot of men in my generation, as well as a lot of younger men that I'm still friends with. And so this is like a huge issue, and I don't really understand why our local government should be contributing to that. So with that in mind, moving forward, I don't think that the two candidates tonight are so interested in burning or banning books or limiting education. I think they're just interested in keeping everybody's kids away from pornography. And if that doesn't resonate with you, sorry, you're not the majority. I don't want these 4 and 3-year-olds that I'm looking at, that I'm helping, that I'm trying to nurture for these 2 hours that I get a Sunday. I don't want them to turn up, 40 years later down the road, they have a divorce and they've got 2 kids and they're separated because he can't figure out or she can't figure out how to get over their porn addiction. So I think that's a pretty big talking point right there. I think that's really what it should come down to. Also, I just wanted to speak very briefly about the HR discussion that was made. So HR, I manage 110 mobile home units, and so I also do some other stuff with rental properties. And if I don't have any experience in HR, I also work as a cashier at Publix, and if I don't have any experience in HR, dude, I don't even know what I've been doing for these last 2.5 years. Because for me, it's all HR whenever people call me up and they're talking about, this happened and my car broke down and I'm a single mother and I got 3 kids and I need a place to stay. I mean, as a small business owner, Mike Ray, Eric Stockton, they've done it all. You know what I mean? And whether it's not these candidates tonight, put somebody in here, man, that just wants to protect these kids. And I mean, I feel like that's really what it comes down to. And like Mike was saying, my old man, I feel like we all have a responsibility to protect each other's kids and look out for each other, man. And, down here in Tennessee and Little Gallatin, we look out for each other. So, yeah, I guess with all that to be said, please take these things into consideration tonight. And I just really appreciate all of you giving me your attention, your time, and your respect tonight. So God bless you guys. Get home safe.
Tony Stockton.
Hello, my name is Tony Stockton, 445 Cummings Lane, Gallatin, Tennessee. I'm the wife of Eric Stockton, the candidate currently running for Sumner County Library Board for the 3rd time. I thought I would take a moment to speak directly to the citizens of Sumner County, since a lot of the commissioners are simply not listening to the citizens of Sumner County, which is a shame. So I wanted to, first of all, thank the citizens of Sumner County for just sending a ton, we're talking about hundreds of emails to the commissioners in favor of my husband, Eric Stockton, and Mike Ray. For the record, I'd like to publicly share another view of my husband's character that has not been mentioned thus far. Seems that half of these commissioners still do not deem him qualified to serve our community. I've been married to Eric Stockton for 23 years. We have been residents of Sumner County for over 23 years. We have 4 children, 3 sons and 1 daughter, and Eric has coached all of our children in Sumner County, and chances are he's probably coached one of your kids as well. So why am I telling you all this? I'm saying all this because there's no one more qualified, truthfully, than a hands-on, dedicated father, husband, a family man, who will fight to keep our libraries and communities family-friendly, life-giving, and pure. And I would venture to say majority of us, that's what we want. So I thought that our town was a godly conservative home. But as it turns out, we are seeing a major shift in Sumner County because of some of the corruption in local government. As Eric's wife, I know the heart of this man. I know how hard he fights and how hard he works for our family. I know he would stand strong in the gap for your child as well. We need more fathers. I think we're all in agreement of that. We need more fathers to step up. We need more fathers to do what's right in God's eyes, not what's right in man's eyes. For it will only make our libraries more safe, family-friendly, which will ultimately spill over into our communities and make it better in every way. It's time for the commissioners to hear the voice of the people. Remember, I said hundreds of emails came in. That is the majority of Sumner County. We want to get back to our roots. We want to get back to a godly foundation, and it's time to do what's right for the sake of the children. Please vote in Eric Stockton and Mike Ray. Thank you.
Aaron Walker.
Hi there. My name's Aaron Walker. I live at 1117 Longview Drive in Hendersonville. First of all, thank you for allowing me this time. It's a privilege to get an opportunity to speak to every one of you because I've got your captivated attention for 5 minutes and that's it. I've been a small business owner now for 46 years. I've owned 14 businesses here in the Middle Tennessee area. We're 5 generations deep here. And I've got a wife of 45 years, which we've served at the Long Hollow Baptist Church in a lay position now for over 30 years. I've had that distinct privilege to serve there in every capacity. The main reason that I'm here is because I want to support Eric Stockton to its fullest. Eric and I even disagree on things, but the thing I respect about Eric is he challenges me, and I respect people that challenges me. He won't cower down. He stands on principles. But the primary reason I'm here is I have 5 grandchildren. Abby Knox is my oldest granddaughter. She graduated in the top 2% of all of Sumner County 3.5 years ago, at where she was awarded 8 scholarships academically across the U.S., and she chose Palm Beach Atlantic to get her education. This past December, she graduated summa cum laude, the highest honor that you could achieve as a graduating student from college. She got that education in Sumner County, at which I'm eternally grateful. She loved Sumner County schools. I also have 4 other grandchildren right on the heels of those grandchildren, from 9-year-old to 17 years old. I want to see that we preserve this kind of opportunity for every one of the students that live in this county. I took my daughters out of Davidson Academy and put them in Sumner County schools. I wished I'd have done it from the very beginning. I would have saved myself a lot of money. But the education that they received was unparalleled to any others. What I want to do, though, is to be certain that this is kept at the way it has been for the past 20 years so that my other grandchildren will be able to do the same. I know that we all would agree today that to protect our children at all cost is our primary focus. My heart was broke this past week when Sumner County Fire Department sat on Stop 30 and watched a man's house burnt down because there wasn't a policy in place with other people in Shackle Island. When we start taking policy over humanity, we've lost it. And I want to encourage you to really think through what we're trying to accomplish here today with this library board. You know, I was a little bit disappointed, quite honestly, in some of the commissioners. I've written 2 letters, extensive letters, that took an inordinate amount of time for me to craft those and ask questions to each one of you, and only 3 of you responded, in which I'm extremely disappointed. I do know also that there's been over 300, and I don't know the exact number. I keep hearing these exaggerated numbers and big numbers, and I don't know what realistically is, but it seems like there's about 5 to 1 wanting Eric Stockton and Mr. Ray to be on this library board. And I would just say, aren't you here to serve the will of the people? Is that not what it is? Or is it to serve your own agenda? Is there some vendetta that you're trying to secretly protect in the background? I don't know. I don't know what it is. I'm not here. I was involved in politics in Metro Davidson County, so I know exactly how politics works. But I don't want you to use my children as a pawn or my grandchildren as a pawn to serve things that needs to be outward focused here so that we can get to the bottom of it. Quite honestly, I think it's ridiculous that we're at this point now when the people are speaking loudly and clearly with no response, and we're here to honor those people. Well, I just want to say a couple of things. I know that there's a library board member here that's one of the commissioners. And I want to thank you. I looked up, did my own research, and found you reading to the students. And I want to thank you for doing that. And I zoomed in on the picture, and it said that the books that you were reading were Norman Didn't Do It and Bear Came Along. And I just thought, I wonder why we didn't read one of the alternative lifestyle books or one of the sexually explicit material that we're now able to get in these libraries. But the truth is, there's not one of you that would do that. Not one of you members in this commission would read that type of material to our children. I certainly hope you would not. Why would we allow that kind of material in our public libraries? Why would we do that? The truck stops even put it behind the counter. Surely we're better than the truck stops. You know, here's the thing. They're going to be exposed soon enough, and I'm going to see in a minute who cares about the kids over policy by the way you vote. Please vote these men in. We need them. Thank you.
Andy Lacy.
Thank you, Chairman. My name's Andy Lacy. I live at 184 Bushes Lane, Gallatin, Tennessee. I am a school board member for District 11. It's one of the largest school board districts in the county. I represent a lot of territory. I represent, Westmoreland Schools, Bethpage Elementary, and North Sumner Elementary. A lot of people think that being in the north end of the county, you kind of get neglected. And there may be a little bit of truth to that. But, I will speak up for the board that we do spend money in the north end of the county. Recently, we replaced the air conditioning units at Westmoreland Middle School. At our last board meeting this month, we approved $75,000 for North Sumner Elementary's library. And we also approved new lighting for our football field at Westmoreland High School. It's state-of-the-art LED lighting. But I came here to talk to you tonight about the debt for Westmoreland. As a school board member, you're there to represent your district. And I kind of try to put myself in the minds of the kids, the students, and the staff that live in District 11, that work in our schools. And if you just think about the stuff that I've seen on the board in the last 2.5 years at Hendersonville High School, and I don't want to throw stones at anybody, right? The kids at these schools, they can't help what was spent at their schools. It's not their fault. But at Hendersonville High School, we spent $9 million on stadiums. At Beach, we spent almost $9 million on stadiums. And please don't hold me to the dollar amount. But at Portland High School, we spent $2 to $3 million on a half of a stadium. And we know that these stadiums, they were condemned, right? And then recently, we spent $500,000 for a baseball facility in Hendersonville, I believe that's at Drake's Creek. And at that same time, we also bid, like I said, for Westmoreland, got some LED lights, and they also got some ornamental metal fencing around the football field. And also that night, we approved Station Camp High School's track, Gallatin High School's track. I know Gallatin desperately needed a track. They've needed one I know of for the last 15 to 16 years. So I supported Gallatin getting a track. That was almost $8 million. Merrill Hyde got a tennis courts. But the director of schools, he's here tonight. He casted vision for the future of Sumner County schools athletically. And he casted a vision for Portland High School receiving a new stadium, a track, and tennis courts. Gallatin High School receiving a new stadium and a track that we voted to approve last month. And then White House High School, a new stadium and a new track. And the one thing that I realized, there was nothing there for Westmoreland. What is our vision for Westmoreland? And I challenged the director and the school board, what is the vision for Westmoreland High School? They deserve everything that these other schools have. They deserve to have a track. If it's offered at Liberty Creek or Gallatin High School, they deserve to have the exact same thing offered to them. So I challenged the board, what is our vision for Westmoreland High School? Just because they're a smaller community, the students still deserve the exact same things. If we're going to offer it for one school, we should offer it for the other. And here recently, you hear the word equitable a lot, and equality. If you're going to offer a track somewhere else, you would think the students at Westmoreland would have a track as well. Like I said, Liberty Creek, we know they have everything. They don't have any needs. But this debt at Westmoreland, we made a resolution at the school board at our last meeting, and basically we said that we want all of the debt to be paid for, all the booster club debt in Sumner County schools, we wanted it to be paid for. But Mr. King, he's here today on the school board, he made a motion that we put Westmoreland's debt as the ultimate priority. And there's some people that will be sitting here tonight, maybe, I hope not, but there was a few on the board that felt like that all this debt was equal. Westmoreland's debt is not the same as Beach's debt or Hendersonville's debt. All the other schools, they bought turf, they bought big scoreboard signs, they bought kind of extras, but Westmoreland had to replace their field house. It wasn't because they chose, they wanted to, they had no choice. They were forced to replace their field house. And basically in Sumner County right now, the standard is that parents, the schools are paying for facilities. We shouldn't ask our parents to pay for that. Thank you.
Dr. Scott Langford.
Scott Langford, 1260 12 Stones Crossing, Goodlettsville, Tennessee. Two real quick things before I talk about the debt discussion tonight. Steve Shepard is up to be replaced on the Airport Authority. I would encourage everybody to stick with Steve. We're trying to take the walls off high schools and expand aviation to all the students in Sumner County, not just at Liberty Creek. We have some partnerships at work with the airport, with Middle Tennessee State University to offer 4 dual enrollment classes for Sumner County students that will start next spring. Steve, being a career educator in White House and Beach and several other areas around the county, would be a great addition to stay on the aviation board. I would encourage the commission to strongly consider that. I'd also like to say on the library board, Larry Hinton from Portland was instrumental, former commissioner. Mr. Hinton was instrumental in the public libraries that we have in Sumner County right now. He gave a significant portion of his life to serving and building the public library system in Sumner County. And Portland has one of the finest libraries in Sumner County. And I know Emily very well, Emily Goddard. She was a teacher, basketball coach, instructional coach, principal, and now works with our new teachers that are coming into the profession from other careers. And she's an outstanding person. I've known her entire life, and I could speak volumes for her. I know there's a lot of talk about character and who's going to represent the county well. I can assure you that Emily will do just that. On to the debt. My concern is that there's, anytime we have these conversations, there's a real temptation to start pitting community against community. Westmoreland High School is a wonderful school. A great academic school, a great CTE school. I've always loved playing against Westmoreland. When I graduated from White House in 1990 and I came back to coach in 2009, at White House and Westmoreland, the sheet with the rosters had changed, but the last names were all about the same. Now that's changed a lot. Both communities are changing pretty rapidly, but what hasn't changed is the fire and intensity that those kids bring. If you come to a game, you know that they're going to lay everything on the field, they're going to lay it in the classroom. It's a reflection of the values of the community. But I would say the same thing about every school in Sumner County. Moving from White House to the central office, I've gotten to be a part to see what goes on at Gallatin that's just amazing, at Beach, at Hendersonville, at Station Camp, Portland. All of our schools across the county really pour their guts into doing what's best for their kids. Each parent wakes up each morning and sends their child to school hoping for the very best. We had 19 reward schools last year, including six title schools. Those are schools with over 40% economically disadvantaged students. All of our schools are working hard to do the very best they can. I would discourage everybody from attacking other schools for working for the very best for their kids and community. We're at our best when we work together, and I think we've proved that time and time again. One of the statistics, I did some research on Friday. I sent all the commission a letter. There's a lot of criticism, and it's easy to criticize previous directors, previous county mayors, previous county commissions, previous school boards. We've all been guilty of it. I certainly have been. But the reality is, in 48 years, Sumner County Commission, Sumner County Schools built 33 schools in 48 years. We did that many times. I'm sure Mr. Hyde can testify better than me, by tying pennies together and stretching nickels as far as they would go to meet the needs of communities while being responsive to the communities that set the tax rate and determine how much money was there. I think they did an exceptional job if you think about building 33 schools in 48 years. Obviously, one of the areas that suffered was building athletic facilities. That was shifted onto the backs of student support organizations, quarterback clubs, booster clubs, diamond clubs, basketball boosters, whoever else. We are at the end of one era and the start of another. I think what we found last year when we went through the collapse at Beach High School is that we're in a place now where our communities, each of our communities, whether it's Westmoreland or Beach or Gallatin, Hendersonville, Station Camp, Portland, they want the very best for their kids. And they go to other counties. They go to Wilson, they go to Williamson, they go to Rutherford, they go to Franklin, Kentucky, they go to Bowling Green, and they see athletic facilities that are significantly better than what they have. I said when I was named Director of Schools for Sumner County, right after the bleacher collapse, I said, you know, my goal is to say that Liberty Creek is the standard for all the schools in Sumner County. We have to work together to get there, but I think Westmoreland is just as deserving, but I think every other school is too. I would encourage us all, it's easy to throw rocks, it's easy to place blame, but moving forward, the role of a student support organization, a quarterback club, or whichever SSO it is, should be to support the kids and not have to take on the weight of debt for the facilities. I would encourage us to cover the debt and consider money for those schools without debt. Thank you.
Eric Stockton.
Good evening. My name is Eric Stockton. I live at 445 Cummings Lane, Gallatin, Tennessee, and I am here for the third time to be voted on for the library board. And whether I get voted on or not, I'm okay with that. Be quite honest with you, this has been a very eye-opening experience. I've learned a lot about myself that I didn't know. And whether I get voted on tonight, it's fine. I'm here for one thing and one reason only, is to protect children and stand in the gap. I was asked to do this. I'm not getting anything for this. In fact, I've had more criticism and people come after me, but I also have had a lot of people in support. I agree with the lady that spoke a few minutes ago about balance, all for it. But I don't see anything with balance when it comes to pornographic material for small children. I would argue that most of this situation is fatherless homes, but that's a whole nother subject, and I know other people went over that. But let me talk about a couple things here. Our founding fathers said that they wanted the people to rule the people, and they didn't require certain qualifications or experiences when it came to civil service at any level of government. In fact, you don't have to have any qualifications to be on this commission board. Yet, if you run for Sumner County Library Board, or if your name's Eric Stockton or Mike Ray, you have to have certain qualifications. It's pretty eye-opening to me. And it's very hypocritical in so many areas. The commissioner from the 21st District has gone to great lengths to talk about how unqualified I am or how unfit I am on social media and responses to emails. I spoke to him. We had a conversation. And I asked him if he held everyone else to the same standard. Did he ask them about qualifications? The answer was no. I asked him why he voted for the commissioner from the 19th district to be on the board, along with them on the board, and he said the answer was the commissioner loves the library board. I just found it rather insulting because I'm being held to a standard that no one else is being held to. It's hypocrisy. And so when you hear qualification or when you hear unfit, that's hypocrisy, because you can't hold other people to standards that you can't hold yourself to. That's wrong, and that's not what we're about. That's not what we're supposed to be about. We talk about a lot. There's a lot to talk about. I'm going to cut my talk short because I know we've been here a lot for a long time, but I'm going to end with this. We know those that are opposing Mike and I want to get people in that will reverse a policy that will ensure that children are protected from certain material. A lot of people have spoken about that tonight. A lot of emails have come in support, and it is hundreds. The numbers will be told here a little bit later. The overwhelming majority, 80% of the people of this county want that. But I'm going to say this. More importantly, you might be ignoring the people that are voting, the people that support you, your constituents. But the most important thing is, some of you say you're Christians, and that's fine. I don't judge you. Your actions will be judged, though. Matthew 18:6 says, "But whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to stumble and sin by leading him away from my teaching, it would be better for him to have a heavy millstone hung around his neck, and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. I'm not who you have to answer to. Your constituents are not who you have to answer to. But if you are a Christian, then I would ask you to pray about what your decisions are. And are you making it about personal vengeance, personal stuff, personal issues, or are you actually doing what you say you're going to do? I've heard a lot of window dressing tonight, a lot of dancing around. That's the bottom line. Be who you say you are, and if you're not, say you're not. You know, it's not a Republican Democrat thing. Just be the person you say you are. Represent the way you're supposed to. That's all we want. Thank you.
Charlene Allmiller.
Hi, I'm Charlene Allmiller, and I live at 143 Ruland Circle, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075. I'd like to talk about 3 different things. The first being the library board. Currently, 6 of the library board members were approved under the current process of the chair of the Committee on Committees, putting someone on the agenda, the committee voting to approve them, and then the commission putting a rubber stamp on it. Any problems of books or Christmas trees or anything in the libraries today exist despite the library board being controlled by the rubber stamp method. So perhaps the rubber stamp method is not working. The minimum statutory requirements of living in Sumner County is like scraping the bottom of the barrel. We deserve better. We can do better. How do we know we have the best candidates? I don't know, because you haven't shown them to me. If we don't see all of them, the emails that support the candidates that you do show me are meaningless. You can tell me that you got 1,000 emails, but if you don't tell me what the other options and alternatives were, then it does not matter. I watched a committee on committee meeting, and I heard one of the commissioners on there say that they think that anybody who is willing to serve should have an opportunity to do so. And at that same meeting, the first public commenter here had given public comments there and was completely ignored. We have good people who want to apply, and the voters of this county should be aware of who is interested. You may ignore them for whatever reason, but we cannot decide whether you are making your decisions educated if we don't know what you have. So you have the opportunity to raise the bar. Instead of saying, well, that's how it's always been done, you can set a new standard that any commission that follows you will feel compelled to follow. And when you're not in power, and if the other side is in power, you're going to want that transparency. So I recommend starting a process where the county clerk gets all applications for any board seats, all of the members that have, anybody who has applied for one gets on the agenda, and then the committee on committees discussing each person. Yep, takes a little bit more than 20 minutes, or the 10 minutes that's done right now, but that is actually the work of vetting applicants. I'd also like to discuss a 250112 veto override. One of the public commenters indicated that he had never seen something like that happen before, and maybe that shows why it's important. It is. And so I would like to encourage you to stick with the veto override, listen to the mayor's comments, and if you have questions about them, ask him, ask the archives, ask around before you make a decision that would just cost extra time and extra money. My next thing that I would like to talk about is the Memorandum of Understanding to pay for Westmoreland quarterback club debt. I didn't get to see the pictures that one of the public commenters talked about. I don't have to see the pictures to believe that the field house is probably pretty terrible. I am glad that it was fixed 3 years ago, and I do understand actually the population, the student enrollment chain differences. I am glad that this agenda has some debt information in there. I still have some concerns that the original debt information is not in there. And I feel like this process is ripe with fraud. If there wasn't a a sympathetic benefactor attached to it, this would never get through. And the reason that we have process and rules to try to prevent fraud is so then, like, when there's a sympathetic benefactor out there, it can still meet those standards. And I do think that the Westmoreland Quarterback Club can meet those standards. And so what I would recommend is that in the documents that you put in there, there was, it indicated that there was a debt payment due last week, and perhaps pay the current debt that's owed, and then like consider the rest of it during the budget cycle, or at least whenever you're considering other student service organizations, student support organizations, because there are probably a lot of sympathetic benefactors in this county. That said, I do hope that you do consider paying these. I'm only at the elementary level, and it can be quite time-consuming, and I mean, you learn to be a beggar and a salesperson as a PTO mom, I've got to tell you that. So I do understand what they're going through. Just please consider that we should follow the rules and make sure that all the documents are in there. Thank you.
Joanna Daniels.
Hi, my name is Joanna Daniels, 152 Shadow Haven Way, Hendersonville. Hello, everyone. My name is Joanna Daniels, and I'm actually the chair of the library board. I'm here to speak in support of Eric and Mike. Until tonight, I've never met either gentleman in person. I'm speaking in favor because for the past few months, my inbox has been overflowing with emails in favor of them. Today, over 200. Yes, there are a few people that have written in against Eric and Mike, and it seems that, so far, commissioners are listening to these few people. To give a little perspective on the people that have written in against these gentlemen, they are the same people that have written in against our collection and development policy, we just talked about tonight. This same policy aims to protect minors from sexually explicit materials in our public libraries. I do believe that Eric and Mike support this policy. Most of the people opposing Mike and Eric belong to a group that had members publicly say that the author of this collection policy was trying to ban books on interracial relationships. A quick fun fact about me: I'm married to a black man, I have a Chinese daughter-in-law, and a Mexican son-in-law. So, as you can see, the people writing in against Eric and Mike, and that some commissioners are siding with, just might not be writing with pure intentions. This collection and development policy was created to protect children. This is something that Eric and Mike would have to enforce. This policy enforces TCA Code 3917-914 and was spoken out against by 4 of our directors. Only one director actually from Hendersonville supported this policy. Each one of the 4 directors that spoke out against this policy to protect children made up their own policy to circumvent our policy when it was actually adopted. Mind you, that when creating this policy, many of the directors swore that there were none of these books in their libraries. Then again, in their evaluations, they said there were no books that would violate this policy. We were told not to micromanage our directors. I even got a threatening call from a Gallatin councilman stating that if I come for his librarian, that he would come after me. In January, at the library board meeting, I brought up some books that were brought to my attention that violated this policy. These titles were found in Gallatin. You know, so many people use trigger phrases like banning books and nanny state. The libraries only have so much space to house books and so much money, tax dollars, to purchase books. Therefore, is it banning books if we are curating a collection for the public that is safe for anyone who enters into the public space? Parents can give their kids any book they want, so how is there a nanny state? Shouldn't safety apply to all public spaces? I do believe that Eric and Mike would do well with ensuring that the libraries are safe. I'd like to remind everyone in the audience and on the commission that the only qualification to be on the board is to be a resident of Sumner County. This is similar to the qualifications to be a commissioner. So I find it absurd that commissioners demand that these gentlemen turn in a resume. Sounds like the saying, rules for thee, but not for me. One thing that should be a qualification is thick skin. Looking at their resumes, I think these gentlemen could endure all that would be hurled at them while being on the board. What things, you may ask? I do believe that Eric and Mike could stand strong even if they receive threatening emails and calls if they vote to terminate a library director after the library made national news. These gentlemen may have to endure elected officials getting so offended by a policy that you created that they will even go so far as to Tennessee state legislature to enact a law to make it easier for the local governing body to remove you without cause, even though you have done nothing wrong. Yes, by the way, that bill passed the House today, and that was at the state level. Remember, it originated right here in Sumner County, simply because a few commissioners were offended by a policy to protect children. Eric and Mike, if you get appointed, you will be part of a board that is trying to put things the correct way after years of proper procedure being neglected. Most of the new commissioners on here fought with me when I was fighting the school board, yet they've turned. What happened? I encourage all of you that were here for Westmoreland to stay for this library board vote, because we support your conservative values, and we are trying to protect your libraries here in Sumner County. Please stay, and please appoint Mike and Eric. Thank you.
Lisa Rocco. Lisa Rocco.
Two little boys from the projects that I'm helping out with. They had no home, so I was sitting out there. But I was running as fast as I could. And thank you all.
That's perfectly all right.
Yeah. Let me get my eyes on them. I am aging, and mine's short. I just want to say hello to everybody and introduce myself, Lisa Brock, when I thought I turned my phone off, and it's gone. So let me just get going so that I don't take a lot of time up. I was here last month for the first time. I personally am trying to learn about personal politics. I was working full-time. I'm 65 years old. I have time now to engage and learn and not just read things on Facebook and Instagram. And I like to see things with my own eyes. And I sat in the front row. I think there was 3 people left. And you learn a lot when you just take time and go see it yourself instead of reading what people are saying about everybody. And there's one county commissioner who knows that I'm a free spirit. I don't belong to any political party. I just want good people in my life, in all of our lives. And I think everybody in here is a good person, and we all want the same thing, but we see different ways to get those things for our families. So that's why I'm here. I'm here to express a few observations, and if Jesus were in this room right now, I would be one of the biggest sinners. I have nothing to, and I try every day not to be, and to be a really good person. The one thing I do know is that I am honest. I'm honest to a fault, that people dislike me for that. So I apologize if I offend people. I'm trying not to. I came from the north to the south. I need to learn to speak slower. I've been here 30 years. It hasn't happened yet. I did also note that everyone that stood up, and if I'm wrong, please, I apologize, said they were Christian and conservative. Fine. And if one of you are not, I apologize that I'm putting you in a group. Nothing wrong with that at all. As a person, as a Christian, I struggle every day to do better and be better. And it's a journey, because there's a lot of stuff around us. Like the little kids back there from schools down the projects, and their father is not available. He's been sent away. The mother's tapped out. So they're here with me. And this experience of being in Sumner County is like Disneyland. And so we have so much to be grateful for, even though we are at odds all the time, and odds in this country. And it's not going to help us succeed. It doesn't mean we have to agree, but we have to start really respecting each other. And that lesson is for me, because I have an Italian loud mouth, and I monitor myself, and I have my children put me in my place. When I was here, I noticed a few things, and I know that Mr. Stockton, Mr. Wright, I did not know them at all. I was in medical sales 40 years. If I were up here interviewing for a job, and no offense at all, Mr. Stockton was visibly angry, put his hand down the way he was talking. Tonight, he was beautiful, very calm. And I understand because I get angry and I show it, but it doesn't get me anywhere. And I was thinking, why would we want this in the library representing and helping the children and the parents? I personally don't want to interact with that. I got to fight those things inside of myself. So I am not in favor of them being on the library board. And I noticed also, and I was impressed with you, Mr. Hyde, and I have no brownie points to win. I was very impressed, and I know why that school was named after you, because you have patience, you have wisdom. And what I saw last week, I was going bananas in my head, and you kept everybody glued together. So I want to tell you, that's an awesome job, and thank you for serving this community.
Thank you.
It's tough being in those roles. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. I was saying, understand why school. Now, I was raised Catholic. We were not allowed to read the Bible. God was supposed to tell us. So anything scripture-wise, when it's quoted heavily in the South, is not something I know. So I'm working on that too with my Christian Southern friends that coach me and teach me. And it's just the behavior that really disturbed me. And there's one scripture, Matthew 18, 21, 22, just simply says, put your sword down, for all who draw the sword will die by the sword. And I think every one of us can learn from that, myself 1,000,000%. I'm asking this county commission, and I want to thank you all for serving, because you're away from your families, and you don't make 2 nickels for doing all the work you do. Because I asked about the pay, because I'm thinking, why would they do this? Midnight, 12:30, I'm sorry. I just don't think this, we're talking about government efficiency in our big government. So I think we need to be more efficient here. Who wants to be here till 12 o'clock at night without their family after you work all day? So I'm going to end it and say thank you so much for having me. And I don't support them being.
Riley Guffey, Portland.
Thank you, everybody.
407 Coker Ford Road. Good evening, commissioners and fellow citizens of Sumner County. My name is Riley Guffey, and as you commissioners and library board know, I've been involved in emailing requesting your support behind Eric Stockton and now Mike Ray since November 2024. I wanted to come here tonight to voice to you why this is so important to me and my family. 7 years ago, I moved here from Southern California. I instantly fell in love with Sumner County area. I love the small town feel, the farmland, rolling hills, and even our 4 seasons that we sometimes get all in one day, minus the tornadoes. I moved away from California because I refused to start and raise a family there. I felt safe living here in Sumner County. It felt like a new world was opened up to me, a state where I could freely voice my conservative opinions without liberal backlash and agendas being thrown in our faces every chance that they had. These are things I think are being taken for granted here. When I say I escaped, I truly feel like I escaped. It was a culture shock, but a good one. The Sumner County that I once fell in love with, I see quickly following suit to California. Many Tennesseans want to blame the Californians for moving here, when in reality, it's most of them turning a blind eye and being naive to what our commissioners are doing behind our backs. We're tired of being ignored, and I refuse to stop fighting to preserve our children's innocence. The Bible tells us to be the salt and light of the earth, and what many of you may not know is that salt is used to preserve all kinds of things, meat, vegetables, and in canning food products. I'd like us to think that we're being the salt to preserve our children's innocence and to preserve our conservative values in Sumner County. A vote tonight against Mr. Stockton and Mr. Ray is a vote against your Sumner County citizens. I invite those of you who have voted no or abstained in the past to choose your citizens tonight and be the light and the salt of the earth here in Sumner County. Thank you.
Stephen King.
My name is Stephen King. I'm at 123 Winland Circle, Goodlettsville, Tennessee. I'm also a school board member here in District 5. I'm here to speak tonight in support of Westmoreland. And this body has a great opportunity tonight to take the first step to correct some past wrongs. And ultimately to help out some students. And I think that's what we all want. We want to help. We want to help students. I say past wrongs because the burden of paying for this field house should have never been put on the backs of the citizens of Westmoreland. When it became a safety issue, jeopardizing the health, safety, and well-being of students, the school board who owns the building should have stepped up to fix it and complete the project. The safety of students is the highest priority of the Board of Education. But when the situation reached a critical mass, and after being denied funding to complete the project, citizens took matters into their own hands to borrow the remaining cost. In doing so, they incurred all the liability and risk on a building owned by the school board. They have the risk, but the Booster Club pays that debt. The amount requested was around $360,000. Principal Duffer was told by Dr. Phillips there just wasn't any funding for that. That was not true. What most people don't know is that Sumner County, the schools, they finish every year with a surplus. And this is going back many decades. And the surplus is very significant in some cases. And that is unspent revenue. Every year that surplus rolls into the school's reserve fund balance. In 2020, the amount of surplus was $10.4 million. In 2021, it was $23.8 million. In 2022, $31.4 million. 2023, it was $7 million. And last year, for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024, the amount of unspent revenue was $17 million. This brought our total reserve fund balance to $143 million as of June 30th of last year. That is $90 million in unspent revenue since 2020. In 2021, the year Mr. Duffer requested the $360,000 from Del Phillips, we ended that year with a surplus of $23.8 million. But yet the citizens had to borrow, the citizens of Westmoreland were forced to borrow money they desperately needed, an amount so low and insignificant compared to the massive surplus available. That was wrong. And there is no intent to pit school against school. That's not true. But just imagine what it must be like for Westmoreland, knowing that there was a massive surplus of $23.8 million available back in 2021 when they needed it, but that was denied. Imagine what it must be like for them to watch that very same surplus today being spent on athletic facilities at every other school except theirs. Facility after facility, one after another, paid for outright with multiple millions of dollars with no burden to their booster clubs, using the very funds that they were denied in 2021, those very funds. But because of a semantic technicality that it is booster debt, they are stuck having to fend for themselves. The only mistake Westmoreland made was to try to pay for this themselves and to help their own students. In light of this, I don't think it's too much to ask for this county commission tonight to right this wrong and approve a one-time reimbursement for their field house. At our school board meeting last week, I had made an amendment to the resolution we passed. It was voted down, but in hindsight, I still think it's the best path forward. And it was this, that this body should approve Westmoreland's field house MOU tonight and then encourage the Education Committee to make further recommendations on all remaining booster debt that's out there. I think this is the most reasonable path forward, and I also believe that it will garner the most citizen support. And do this in a multi-phase process and not try to tackle it all at once. The Director of Schools has proven himself committed to a multi-phase transition for upgrading athletic facilities. This should be no different. Consider tonight phase 1, or the first step in the very transition process that he mentioned, especially since everything is ready to go, all the paperwork is ready to go, all the legal requirements have been put in place to move forward on this. So please approve the MOU for a one-time reimbursement for Westmoreland's fieldhouse debt. Let's get this done tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Rick Duffer.
I am Rick Duffer, live at 229 Chipaway Drive here in Gallatin, Tennessee. In 2011, I became the principal at Westmoreland High School and immediately went to work trying to determine the tasks that lie ahead of me. In looking around and surveying the results of what I had just inherited, I realized very quickly that there was much work to be done. Not that anyone left me in a bad spot, but moving forward, I had to create a 1-year, a 3-year, a 5-year, and even a 10-year plan. In looking at everything in forward motion, I realized that at some point we were going to have to build a field house. It wasn't because others had a field house that I wanted one like. It wasn't that Liberty Creek, my gosh, Liberty Creek wasn't even built yet. It wasn't us trying to one-up or keep up with anyone. It was born purely out of necessity. So all the people that are offering all the advice of what they would have done, if you were in that field house, if you saw the deplorable conditions, if you were a part of that, as many of our players were, then by all means, speak freely. But you were not there. The majority of you were not. Some were. Some received an invitation and followed up on that invitation, and they saw those conditions. Just as Dale Phillips walked through that field house with me, and he agreed with me. It was terrible. It was nasty, it was filthy, it was unsanitary. And we were asking our kids to dress in this facility. This was a facility that was almost 50 years old. Over the years, it had flooded because of runoff. Over the years, it had flooded because of broken pipes. It had flooded because of sewer lines that had collapsed and backed into our building. It was unsanitary. The walls permeated with water. The slab also had water. And during the summer months when the humidity and the temperatures were high, mold and mildew was present, ever present. The roof was leaking. The sheetrock was beginning to crumble. And in places we had exposed insulation. Dr. Phillips, on 2 occasions, he denied me funding and assistance with this. He said, we just can't do this. We can't provide it. But he said, I offer you a compromise. He said, what I'll do is I will offer capital money to you and every other high school principal. Let me make that clear. Everything that we received at Westmoreland High School was received at all other schools. It was an equal distribution of capital. And we had full discretion on how this was spent. But when you have multiple programs within a school, some of you suggested with all the money given, you should have had enough to pay for your field house. If football was the only thing we did, you're 100% right. We could have paid for that field house. But because I have cross country, because I have soccer, because I have band, everybody's talked about all the sports, all the athletics. We also have band, we have drama, we have theater, and the list goes on and on and on. And all of these require funding. And that money was evenly, fairly dispersed across all programs. In a period of just a few years with 3 sources, I want to make that clear also, 3 different sources: Westmoreland High School football program, Westmoreland High School Quarterback Club, and the Board of Education, who distributed capital money. We came up with $540,000. We met with a contractor, Mr. Scott Robinson, with Olympian Constructions, and asked a lot of questions. He said that our cost for a very basic building, much smaller than the one that we currently had, was going to cost us somewhere in the neighborhood of $800,000 to $900,000. We didn't have $800,000 to $900,000. In fact, we were shy by about $360,000. I made the decision to ask Dr. Phillips once again, is there anything we can do? He said, I can't give you any more funding. Year by year, we can provide it. I asked the question, if we build now, can we apply capital disbursement in the future to our debt? He said, once private citizens acquire debt, school system cannot pay that debt. I said, I'm not going to move forward. He said, going forward, the county commission, if they're so inclined, can help you. I said, I'm not walking into the dark and hoping for something that may not come. Scott Robinson, the contractor, he said, let me make you aware of something, Mr. Duffer. He said, how much are you saving each year? I said, $50,000, $60,000. He said, with inflation, inflation will outpace your ability to save money. So he said, if you save $50,000 to $60,000, the same building next year quite possibly will cost you $70,000 to $75,000 more. So we made a decision to borrow the money. The quarterback club took out the debt. The citizens signed the debt. They're responsible for that debt in the event the quarterback club defaults, and the $360,000 has become $274,000. Please provide us with your help. Thank you.
Thank you. And moving on at this time to the report of the chair. Commissioners, the Veterans Service Report is in your packet. Docketing financial statement memo is in your packet. And I will let you know that next month I hope to have the juvenile court judge to come and give his final report on the ad hoc committee to protect children. He will be here available to do that then. I hope. We're trying to arrange that. At this time, we have an issue on under my report on a veto override of Resolution 2501-12. Is there a motion? Motion by Commissioner Mansfield, second by Commissioner Jones. Commissioner Becker.
Yeah, I would just like to ask the county mayor to provide any comments. I know he sent us all an email, but thought it'd be a good opportunity.
And let me say before we get started with this that part of this, as you know, is involved with the attorney in a lawsuit that is ongoing. So if the county attorney says to me that we need to call a halt to this and go to executive session, I'll let you know. Is this all right for the mayor to respond at this time? Okay. What was your question now, Commissioner Becker?
Give him opportunity to share information about why he vetoed it.
Would you like to do that, Mayor?
Yes, sir. I'll be happy to read the letter that I provided for the veto.
Okay.
Okay, so in addressing the County Commission, Resolution 2501-12 advances a plan to move the operations of the election office from their current location at 1019 Union School Road to the archival storage area of the Archives Building, with no regard to the current use of the archival storage area or cost to the taxpayers for the move. Currently, the archive storage unit contains documents that are not disposable or trash as alluded to. Many of the documents fall under state retention laws. There are no reasonable plan to relocate the documents currently stored in the archival storage area. Furthermore, the plan does not address the fiscal note to upgrade the facility to accommodate the election equipment, including the electrical system and security protocols. Per the Commission's standing rules, in no case shall a proposal for an expenditure, appropriation, acquisition, contract agreement, or deed be considered for approval by the Commission without being accompanied by information to include, at a minimum, a full description of the items or projects, statement of need, estimated initial cost, alternative solutions, and reasons for the recommended proposal, recurring expenses, associated contracts or agreements, and any other materials requested by the Commission. Such information shall be made available to the public electronically with the meeting agenda and approved minutes. The Archives building was specifically designed and built to preserve the history of our great county. It's near capacity with historical documents, and to limit that capacity for future years is not prudent. I want to share some comments that reflect the importance of the Hank Thompson Archives building during the awarding of a grant for archives. This grant was offered by the Secretary of State, and the comments were, I appreciate Secretary Hargett and his staff for their investment in our community and our local archives. And that came from Senator Hale. This funding will help us protect the important historical information and improve access to it so our citizens will always be able to learn about the important events that shape the rich narrative of Sumner County. The Sumner County Archives houses irreplaceable documents and records preserving the history of our community and our people. This investment serves to ensure these treasures are safeguarded and accessible to the public for future generations, offers William Lambert, our leader. We are grateful to Secretary Hargett and our local archivists for the important work they do in preserving Sumner County's place in our state's history. These documents are significant because they contain the brilliant narrative of our community's past. What I want to do in my discussion, in my veto, was to shift the narrative away from moving the election commission to saving the archives building. This building was built for the future, and it is built for a specific purpose to house those documents. And that's why I would like to keep it in that narrative. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For those who don't know, I was the chairman of the ad hoc committee for the elections concerns. And the report I gave was not necessarily about the archive building. The archive building back warehouse is a very good fit. And in the 6 or 7 times I have reviewed the back warehouse of the archives building, some of the things that you see back there are, for instance, there are 138 legal-sized 4-drawer file cabinets that belong over at the new courthouse, as well as some 11 plat cabinets. These would total a little over 500 square foot if you took those over there. There are 7 or 8 bullpens for different departments in the county. These are primarily filled with desks, chairs, old rolls of plans, boxes of files, and to a great degree, I don't know that anybody really knows what's in them. So regardless of whether we use that area for the Elections Commission, we need to, as a member and the vice chair of General Operations, we need to go through that stuff that's fairly haphazardly stored there. If there is valuable stuff, we need to treat it as valuable stuff. And if it's just overstock or storage, we need to treat it as storage. Either way, I don't believe most of the warehouse is being handled for the archive building as the mayor suggests. Thank you.
Commissioner Mansfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to reiterate, when I was listening to the mayor's letter, reading it the old movie phrase that we have a failure to communicate. It's going through my head. There's no, I was part of this ad hoc, no plans to move archives. There's no danger to the archives building. Paraphrase Commissioner Klein, basically it's a junk storage for every department in there, and that's almost 7,000 square feet. And we also have a couple thousand square feet in the basement of this building we could put junk storage in. And so I just wanted to clarify the record. This is not about removing things from the archives or taking away their space or invading their space or anything like that. It's not. It's about space that's available for storage. It's been used for junk for years, decades. I'm not sure how long. So I just want to clarify that because it seems like the veto is at least stated, in my opinion, under false pretenses or a false narrative in that sense. So I know that their citizens definitely, and it was mentioned before, I think by a citizen comment about keeping everything in one location. I've said this on the record as far as our ad hoc. No matter where you want to put storage for election commission stuff, and the reason we're here is because, in my opinion, a judge has overstepped his authority and bounds in dictating what a county commission can do, which statutorily they can't, but here we are. So we're meeting a need and requirement. So when you talk about the fiduciary responsibility, we haven't gotten there yet because we're just trying to move this forward in the court system so our hands aren't tied so we can actually come up with a plan. But part of this has been that ad hoc process as a sidebar when talking about the monetary aspect. But the citizens definitely want to have that administrative function of county government here, not over halfway across town in some random location where all the other aspects of county government aren't handled, no matter where storage of machines go. And so I just would, basically, this is a step forward to get to that discussion. I'll remind commissioners, we're basically trying to just get out of this court phase so we can actually have this discussion and have this debate. Because just remember, it takes 13 votes from the floor of this commission to do anything as far as making plans. So right now, we were forced through a court order to come up with a plan, and this is the plan the ad hoc came up with it. And so all this is to satisfy the need for a court so that we can then hopefully get a judgment, appeal if necessary. I don't know what's going to happen. So, but I'll just remind us that this is not about removing the archives from the archives building or any such manner. That is just absolutely not true. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Schoaf.
I have two things. One, this is maybe a follow-up from the previous commissioner just said that this is a proposal. It's not a directive. So it's a proposal. It's a first step in a negotiation process is what this sounds like to me, so it doesn't seem like a huge problem. I guess I would ask, though, just because I think I'm interested, is there we're talking about the archives building, and I genuinely don't know, but I would be interested in hearing from anybody who might know, let's assume for a second that the election commission vacates their current, where they're currently operating out of. What is the plan for that, or is there a plan, or is there a specific need to have them move? I mean, I'm still in support of this just because, like I said, it's a proposal. I'm just genuinely interested, and I think the public probably is too, what we're going to use with, we're talking here about some space that we have at the archive building. I am sympathetic to the idea of centralization. I get that. But what's the plan for the space that would be opened up? I guess I have a question, and I think it's pertinent.
I don't think anyone has come to the point yet of finalizing anything as far as answering your question. Commissioner Ring?
Thank you, sir. I served on the Public Records Committee for a number of years. I've been to the archives building multiple times. I don't believe that this is a good place to be storing the election equipment, so I will support the veto of the mayor. Thank you.
Commissioner Harrison?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also served on the ad hoc committee for this this particular situation. And, we're talking about, or it's been said that we're not removing records from the archives, and that is technically true. However, as a supporter of keeping this veto intact, and I've made no secret about that, what you are doing by taking up space in a building that was specifically designed for the storage of public records is you're limiting the amount of public records that you can future store. And we're not talking about this randomly located building. You know where this building is? Between the health department and the animal control building. 2 other county-owned buildings. Right across from Benny Bills Elementary. So this is not just a random location. And we're talking about, or a comment was made earlier in the evening about how it's way out there and it's such a long drive for citizens. Well, we've got citizens here in Westmoreland, it's closer for them. You know, those roads go both ways, kind of like phone lines. So I am much in favor of leaving this veto intact. And there is another proposal. We could leave them right where they are. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Klein, did you have a follow-up?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. To answer Chairman Schoaf's question, the original concept was we have a maintenance group that is now in a very bad location in the basement. It's too small. It doesn't allow them to do the work they need to do. And this 18,000 square foot building that the Elections Commission currently is in has a back area that's 6,000 square feet that's ideal for them. The Elections Commission has about 3,000 square feet in their office right over here in the administrative building, and they've tried to make the argument that they need the 18,000 that they're currently in, even though prior to getting the new machines, they were in about 5,000 to 6,000 square feet. It's quite a jump to go from 5,000 to 6,000 square feet to 21,000 square feet, and it was the majority of the ad hoc committee's opinion that it's too much space for them. We could leave them there. We could move them back closer, because if there is much transportation back and forth, it's a lot closer to go across a parking lot. The biggest bullpen that's in the archive building right now is storage of the Elections Commission. Their boxes, stuff that's already in there, is the largest bullpen in there. And so if we were to clean out a lot of that stuff, put it possibly on the county surplus system, the chairs, the desks, a lot of that stuff that is not being used and doesn't make any sense to store in there. We move the maintenance department's equipment out of there over into the 6,000 square feet, possibly move the mayor's equipment with it if it's appropriate to do that, and then the balance of the material in the archives building into the basement where the maintenance equipment is right now. I believe it's a perfect.
The creator, sustainer of this universe.
We're just trying to take a step at a time. This is just, we needed to come up with a plan. This was the best plan that we could think of at the time. I put it on paper, and we're ready to move forward if we can get past the veto. Thank you.
Commissioner Boyd.
Call to question.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? I'm determining that the ayes definitely have it unless there's objection. So I'm asking the clerk, yeah, let's put the vote for that on the board. Thing.
Please explain to me what the vote will be.
The veto.
And a yes or no is what?
For the call of the question. But this is call of the question. This is to settle whether it was a yes or a no, just to.
Each commissioner records your vote.
call the question is the vote. Unless someone chooses to change your vote at this time, we're one short. All right, we will continue debating this. Commissioner Rogers?
Call the question.
I think that would be redundant at this time, Commissioner. We need to at least debate a while before we do that again, back to back.
Mr. Chair, I'll change my vote to a yes.
Hear, hear.
Is there any objection to changing his vote, or we can take another vote and it'll be changed?
Mr. Chairman, he can change it until we adjourn, so.
That's true.
I suggest we move.
All right, let's move forward then with the vote. Yes, that's correct. Yes, override. No is not to override the mayor's vote.
Each commissioner record your vote.
That receives 14 votes, so the veto is overridden. It only takes a majority vote. All right, we move on to reports. You'll find that written reports are attached to your agenda. And we now will vote on notaries. Do I hear a motion? Motion and a second. All in favor? Well, we will vote. We'll put that on the board. That's probably better on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
Receives 23 votes, a unanimous vote for notaries. And at this time, before we go into standing committees, because that may take a while, we're going to take 10 minutes. see, we are now at committees, aren't we? We will resume the meeting with Health and Emergency Services Committee. Health and Emergency Services.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me? We have a resolution that is recognizing the emergency telecommunicators as first responders. And I have to say, I mean, I've heard story after story, as many people have. I mean, these folks are the very, very front lines of the people that are keeping people safe in emergencies and getting them. There's just so many things they're responsible for. So if it's okay, I'd like to make a motion that we suspend the rules and just recognize them for a moment because they're right here on the front row.
All right. I don't think anyone objects, so I'm just going to say go ahead and let's recognize our people. And I might add that these people are the ones, for everyone else here, these are the cool, calm, and collected voices that you talk to when you call. Okay, anything else you wanted to say about that, Commissioner?
That's all.
Okay. Yeah, let's have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right. All opposed? Education Committee. No report. Highway Committee.
No report, Mr. Chairman.
All right, and now we're moving to, we could make this painful or we could move on pretty quickly, folks. So, Commissioner Mansfield.
Just a point of clarification, there was additional information about this resolution on your desk. Kept finding out, asking questions, just if there's any questions about paperwork. I've been working on this since November and haven't ever really gotten all the answers I need every time I ask. And then somebody says there's not documents, so I try to find out what are we talking about. So I keep on getting more and more documents just so we know. Without belaboring it, I would like to urge this commission to approve this funding tonight, and I so move.
Motion. And a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right. That is approved.
Item number 2. 2502-08.
Just a moment. Commissioner Becker, did you have something you wanted to say?
So the information that was in the agenda, and I looked through what was laid on our desk tonight, I still don't see the details of the original loan that was taken out. So that is of concern to me. I see two copies of when it was refinanced, on page 131 and 135 of the packet, but there's no information in this packet of the original loan. So that concerns me because I want to see that. And then the status of the nonprofit, I know it was revoked in 2011, and then they in 2024, April 2024, which was 2 months after they refinanced the loan, they applied to get reinstated as a nonprofit. So from 2011 to 2024, they were not a nonprofit, and the loan was taken out in 2021 and earlier in 2024 before they got reinstated as a nonprofit. So that concerns me as well, just from a legality standpoint of the loan, when the loans were taken out and refinanced, it was not under a nonprofit.
Okay.
So I'm not an expert here, and so it's good we have other people that have, those types of skill sets we can ask.
Yeah, and we probably need to have a motion, and do you want to make a motion?
I mean, we've already voted on this, so I mean, what are we doing? I mean, the vote's
Well, we
already
had a
taken.
question, and I overlooked the question, but we have voted on it, but at least if you can answer his inquiry.
I'll do the best I can, and we can suspend the rules if somebody from
Yes.
Westmoreland also wants to speak to this. And our finance director, I've talked with him about this as well. Their note is a balloon note that rolls over. Their quarterback club was a 501c3. Then my understanding was they didn't turn in some paperwork right or whatever. It elapsed, and then they reapplied. It doesn't make a difference. The debt is not debts incurred by individuals. The quarterback club is whose this is for. It's taken out of their name, whether they're a 501c3 or not. They are now, so the debt is under the 501c3 for the quarterback club as far as owing the money. And as we all know, that there are private individuals, in case the quarterback club defaults on this loan on behalf of the school system, that private citizens would be responsible for paying back the loan if the quarterback club does not pay that off. That is what the collateral is about, and that's where that's come in. But the 501c3 is responsible for that loan. It is it's under their purview, their responsibility. So that's the best I can answer right now.
And I do want everyone to know that there was an overwhelming vote. I overlooked Mr. Becker, and Mr. Wynn also was in the queue, so if you want to make an inquiry.
Oh, well, but I'd also like to call for division on that so we can get a vote on the board as well. Second.
I don't know, we've already voted. There's no division if we've already voted, would you think? No. No, no division.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to make a motion, I didn't get a chance to, but I wanted to consider this as part of the budget cycle. My position on it hasn't changed, so I'd like to be recorded as a no.
All right, there is a no, but it was still an overwhelming vote, and that I ruled was a positive for the Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify, this was an MOU as well as the appropriation, so there is the memorandum of understanding specifically what this is for and nothing else as part of this package. That's what the vote was for, so thank you.
Yes.
Are you ready for the next item, Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Becker, did you have another inquiry about that?
Yeah,
I'm being kind of lenient with this.
No,
because
I want to just
overlooked them in the queue.
echo what Chairman Schoaf, Budget Chairman Schoaf just mentioned. I agree that the timing is to do it in the budget cycle, and the fact that I've yet to see the details, documentation of the original loan. I'll go ahead and vote no as well. Thanks.
All right, Commissioner Wynn.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. After we take a vote and the vote's taken, I mean, we've never had a chance.
We don't have to do it, but I overlooked them. They were in the queue, so I feel like I owe it to them to answer an inquiry about it. The vote is taken. It is approved. Go
All
ahead.
right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So like, I had several questions as well, just whenever I was looking over everything. The requested amount that apparently I guess we just approved was $274, $272.08, but the loan balance was actually $258, $496.70. And so there's about $15,775.38 that's in addition to what's actually owed. I believe that's for the accrued interest that was on the loan. And so, I mean, there's just a lot of things in here that concern me. One is that we're going to pay the interest on the loan on money we didn't borrow. I mean, I think paying the bulk of that is quite nice. But then also too, just having that interest, throwing that in there, I feel like that's not the right thing to do. And so I do have a problem with that. Also too, whenever you look at the documents that were applied or that were included, there was some budgetary information that was a little concerning. It was hard to decipher because all of the column headers were blacked out. But if I read those correctly, it looks like our booster club is actually budgeting in deficit every year, which is another big concern for me, is that just spending habits don't appear to be really where they need to be. You know, one thing I definitely want to point out is that, you know, we're elected officials to be good stewards with the citizens' tax dollars. And while approving this debt, it feels good. I mean, I empathize with everybody that's involved with this. And paying off this debt for the Booster Club, it feels just as good as whenever the debt was taken on to build the facility. And I get it. But I just think that financial responsibility, we're saying it's okay to bypass a budgetary process, that any group can go out and borrow money and then come back to the county and expect to have repayment done. And fundamentally, that's just not right. I'm not wholly opposed to helping booster clubs out, but we should follow our own budgetary processes and guidelines whenever we're doing this. That's all I'll say. I know there's other things I had to comment on as far as, you know, White House, very similar school, very similar situation, has done everything that they can do within their means in raising funds and budgeting and just doing it the right way. And this, to me, it kind of just, I hate to say it spits in their face, but, you know, it's just, it's not right. So, Mr. Chairman, I would just ask that I would be recorded as a no vote on this as well.
It was still an overwhelming vote. I don't think that was even a question. Anyone else in the queue? I'm sorry, these were the two that I overlooked. So we're off the subject, except I would like to make one statement of clarification.
Mr. Chairman.
Just momentarily take you out of order.
Mr. Chairman, will you please record me as a no vote too, because I didn't want to vote yes.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, but Mr. Chairman, I'm going to respect you that I can't speak on this, but record me is, I wanted to make a motion to defer this back to the budget committee. I just feel like after hearing some concerns, and especially the concerns tonight from our fellow commissioners, they have questions that were answered, and it's no disrespect to you, but I would have liked all those questions to be presented to the chairman, Budget Chairman Show, and Mr. Becker, who also sits on the budget committee, made this decision tonight. So for all record keeping, please record me as a no vote tonight. Thank you.
And let me say to all of you here, I was probably the person responsible for saying to many people here that I was for, under any circumstances, voting for Westmoreland. I guess I have, Chad, too many friends in Westmoreland to not vote for you, even though I'm down in Hendersonville on the other end of the county. I would vote for you regardless on this issue, but it's difficult for me as a commissioner from Hendersonville to not recognize the needs throughout the county that are there. As the Board of Education has said by a written letter to us. So I truly think that we need to address, we have $1 million left in the hospital fund, and it's my own personal opinion that that should be acted on in the near future with other schools, regardless of the opinion of other people. We've got to address that, and that's where I'm coming from with the issue. All for Westmoreland, but I think other schools need to be helped with some of the loan situation also. All right.
Mr. Hyde, you're going to need to put this back on the board.
Yep, I'm getting ready to do that. The county attorney has advised me, and of course, I'm officially the parliamentarian. I don't have to take that advice, but he has reviewed the parliamentary procedure and says that there have been enough no votes changed and addressed that we need to put it on the board. So I will take his advice on that, and we'll put this issue back on the board. But I would hope that since we did an overwhelming aye vote, that we wouldn't do anything disappointing here tonight. All right, if the clerk will put this issue on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
With the changes of votes, that still remains at 14-8, so that does pass. And I hope everyone, the appropriate committees, keep in mind what I said, because I know there's a lot of feeling here that we need to address some other problems. All right, continue.
Item number 2 is Resolution 2502-08, declaring surplus property from the mayor's office. I so move.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. All right. In Westmoreland, I wouldn't want to keep you from bed where you guys can get in school tomorrow. That did pass, and congratulations on being a reward student. All right, Committee on Committees.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first item is Library Board, and Mike Ray from Gallatin, a 2-year term. I so move.
There's a motion and a second. Are you doing these individually?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Becker.
Yes, I would like to nominate Chris Shoemaker. He was a gentleman that spoke. He sent everyone his resume via email. He was at the last committee on committees, expressed his interest. He answered the questions that I'm not sure which commissioner provided the questions to him. And he, I thought with his resume, his experience, his background, the answers to the question, looked at his voting record, I think Chris Shoemaker would be a great addition.
All right, motion and a second to add his name. And actually, to add a name, you really only need, you don't need a second on that, but Mr. Shoemaker's name would be added to that vote for Mr. Ray. Mr. Sullivan?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we not take action on this tonight and refer this back to Legislative Committee for the March meeting. Ask them to consider drafting a resolution to move the number on the library board from 11 back to 9, what it used to be. We've dealt with this for months.
This is referring it back with no debate, and it'll be a majority vote. Now, if I understand, you correct me if I'm wrong, the motion is to refer refer back to the committee these names with the suggestion that we approach the legislative committee about a reduction in the size of the library board. All right, everyone understand that? Anyone in the queue now want to speak to that particular issue, would you raise your hand? Commissioner Schoaf?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just a point of clarification. I just want to make sure I'm clear here. So with this amendment, we would not take a vote on any individuals tonight. Those would be placed back to Committee on Committees pursuant to a recommendation and a vote on a potential reduction. So it's two things? Through legislative? I'm just trying to.
We have a parliamentary issue here. Would you please wait just a moment? Commissioner Schoaf, I apologize for an interruption. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you guys might have been speaking about the same question I had. The way I'm interpreting this is that this amendment is actually two things. One, it's referring the nominations themselves back to Committee on Committees. And two, it is requesting an action and a recommendation from legislative to be voted on next month to reduce the total number of library members from 11 to 9. So two things in this one amendment. Is that, I just want to be clear that that's what we're voting on.
Well, I think it was referring it back with the suggestion that this be taken up in the meantime by legislative for a reduction. So it is basically two things. Commissioner Teachner.
It's on this. Mr. Chairman, this is specifically to this idea that we refer it back, and this idea that we continue to make folks come. I want to tell you a quick story, and I'll keep it very short. When I was young, I was about 9. I was playing basketball with a friend of mine, and he and I went back to his house, and that was the first time that I was ever shown pornographic magazines. Little boy. I still remember it to this day when it happened. And I imagine if many of you would think back, you could probably think back to the first time that you saw pornography. It's everywhere. It's in our friend's stepdad's closet. It's
now,
in.
Is this on subject?
Yes, sir. I promise it is. It's in our churches. It's everywhere. And we've been talking about qualifications. Well, the thing is if my parents had known that, they would have never allowed me to be in the care of somewhere that I could see pornography as a 9-year-old boy. We've talked about pornography a lot. That really seems to be the heart of the issue. And so I'm going to get straight to the point. That when it comes down to it, we have to look, and when we are choosing someone to watch over our children, we got to say, what are the standards? What are the principles that matter? We've talked about qualifications after qualifications. Well, I mean, look at me. I've got an MBA, a PhD. None of that mattered. When I was taken off the ballot, and my people's voice was they tried to silence my people's voice, I won by an overwhelming majority. It's on point, I promise you. No, this is why we can't refer it. I promise you it is. I promise you, Mr. Chairman, with all my heart, it is on point. My qualifications didn't matter, but I won with an overwhelming majority. Now, I want to explain to everyone. We are talking about referring, and we've been talking about equal representation. But what is so unfair is that the men sitting out here that are actually, if it's not referred and we vote on it, they got more votes than some of us sitting in a commission seat got to be on a library board. It's ridiculous. They won by a huge majority. I won by 67%. They won by 80%. So therefore, when it comes down to it about silenced voices, we can't refer it. I beg of us to not do that. I beg of us to vote the conscience of the people, because we have to stand in the gap and we have to realize what is most important. Is it some silly little political sideline we're going to be on? Or is it the fact that I know every one of you wants the best thing for my children just like I want the best thing for your children? And I want to remind you, they got more votes than some of us sit in these seats just to be on the library board. You got to vote them in. You can't refer it. It is against every bit of procedure you could imagine, because we are a democratic republic, to vote them in tonight. Don't pass it on.
All right. This is what our attorneys have determined from looking at several issues in parliamentary procedure, that this should be 2 motions would be best and clearest, and that one would be what we're debating now, referring this back, and then a second motion to ask that the legislative committee take the issue up. So, Mr. Mansfield.
I will just say, Commissioner, that I wrote a resolution back in 2023 to do exactly this. So it's been prepared for a year and a half. Should this pass tonight, it exists, but I was told that it would get voted down and wouldn't have the support, more than likely. So it's curious that's happening now versus a year and a half ago when I brought it forward. It was rejected. I mean, I was against 11 members on the library board when the previous county mayor and the previous county attorney pushed for that, and kind of library board members at the time felt like they were being misled and in that and coerced in that for under false pretenses to do it. And I think 11, initially was too much, but I understand it's a little bit of a dilemma here. You've got men who. As of 6:30 tonight, I had 214 emails for Mr. Stockton and Mr. Ray, and I had 60 against them. So that's a pretty overwhelming majority. Last month, I had 116 to 25. 116 for them, 25 against. And 2 months ago, 47 for and 4 against. And so almost like 380 emails in favor of. But just today, my count by 6:30 was 214 to 60. So if we're talking about listening to people's voices, which I hear from up here a lot, and I hope it's not hypocritically, that overwhelming majority of people who have spoken out tonight, spoken every night, and emailed are in favor of them. So I'm a little torn because I'm in support of them, but I'm also in support of a 9-member board. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do on this one at the moment, Mr. Chairman, but it is ready. Should it pass, we can bring it forward.
Commissioner Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I would like to do, since seems like this is going on forever, is I don't know if we can do this. I would like to vote on the 2 gentlemen tonight first. If that fails, then I would like to go back and consider the 9 members on the library board because I didn't get caught up, I was told about the social media stuff, but I didn't get caught up in that. I did talk to some constituents over the last several days over this. They requested that I come up here and vote for these 2, but if it did not pass, they said, please move on. There's other qualified people. I'm happy to see that there's a guy from Portland up here. I would be breaking my own rule if I voted for someone from the floor that I'm not really familiar with. There are exceptions, that has been done, like someone that's been serving in a capacity and just looking to re-up their thing. I would like to let's just get this out of the way, because the citizens are exhausted mentally. They don't want to see this come up again and again and again. If it does, I guess we'll deal with it, but motion is let's just decide what we're going to do on these 2 gentlemen tonight, rip the Band-Aid off, get it done, and let's move on. That's my motion. That's what I'd like to see done. Thank you.
All right, so I think that would make it, according to what I'm hearing from the attorney, I've got to get my law degree, I think that would help. But what I'm hearing from the attorney, we're still on the main motion of the two people. So we can vote at 3 now, yes, up 3. We can vote now on these 3 people or vote on the 2 or whatever. What, Mr. Schmidt?
I just want to add something real quick, if I may. I did forget this.
We've got 2 motions on the floor.
Yeah, I mean, this
Before we get all
this
down
is just a brief.
and constituents conversation. What?
All right. I like the idea of getting, and we can still get to the 9, as the commissioner behind me was talking about. You've got 1 seat that's coming up in June, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, and another seat that's up in November. So let's just assume that these 2 gentlemen, or one of the 3, make up the 9. We just can let the one in June just drop off and the one in November drop off and stick at 9. So if we're at 11 tonight, then June we go down to 10 because we just don't reappoint for June, and then in November we just go down to 9.
I'm gonna make a suggestion here that I'm gonna suggest that the people that made any kind of motion at all withdraw their motion. We vote on these 2 people, and if it's a no vote, then it'd be easy to consider a 9-person board. But would everyone withdraw motions? Okay, all right, then I'm gonna suggest that we vote on these 2 people, yes or no, and we will then move toward the possibility of creating a 9-member board, library board. We all think everything's been removed. So
we just want to be clear, Mr. Becker.
Mr. Becker, are you withdrawing yours also? No, okay. Then we either vote yes or no on all of these. It's a yes or a no.
No, it's point of order, Mr. Chairman. It's a vote for Mike Ray, and then Mr. Becker introduced Chris Shoemaker. That's what the vote would be on this first one.
Yeah, she broke it up into the 2 separate.
All right. Then Mr. Ray will be green. Mr. Shoemaker will be red. All right, you can either vote yes, no, or abstain. All right. Commissioner Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we still need to speak to these people before we vote on them, but I don't know anything about Mr. Shoemaker. I know a lot about Mr. Ray. I'd like to ask Mr. Shoemaker some questions about his ideals and his values before I vote on him.
I don't think it'd be appropriate on the floor here to do
Well, I mean, that's why we don't bring people to the floor, because we can't vet them.
I don't think it'd be appropriate, and I'm not going to do that.
I know about Mr. Ray's values. I can
Well,
speak.
then vote for Mr. Ray.
I understand that, but it's not appropriate to bring somebody to the floor we've never met.
I'm going to be inappropriate tonight. Okay. Yes is Mr. Ray. No, Mr. Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really torn on a lot of this stuff because we've got a policy to protect kids, apparently, that was done in November 2023. And this policy is so effective that we've got somebody go and...
We're not.
I'm not talking about, I'm talking about the reasoning behind my decision, if that's okay to speak. I mean, I thought that's what we do here.
You can do that in 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we've got a policy that is supposed to do everything that we have all these concerns about, but yet it's not working. And the answer to that is just to add more people. And it baffles me to no end that we will not slow down and take the time to understand what the issue is. You know, we literally voted against adding something to the agenda tonight that would help address the issue and help actually figure out what is the issue, so that then we'll know how to address the issue. But it's like we just want to have this issue because it's a great talking point, you know, and it's sad. So
Yeah, and we've had 30 seconds, and I'm ruling. We are going to vote at this time. Green, Ray. No, Shoemaker, or abstain and neither get elected. All right. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Each commissioner record your vote.
No one is elected with that name. So now we'll go to the next. Mr. Stockton will be green or red, yes or no? Do you want to do this? Well, I don't think anybody else wants you to. Okay. It's going to be Mr. Stockton, yes or no? Mr. Becker.
Yeah, I would like to nominate Chris Shoemaker again. Again, I already mentioned he sent this resume. He talked to the committees, sent his resume. Someone asked a lot of really good questions. He answered it. He's the veteran. If y'all remember, he's the veteran, came forward that the county was owed money back to him, I believe it was, with his tags and so forth. He's an honorable man, and I nominate him for this vote as well.
All right, we have two names then. Are there any other nominations? And please be seated. All right, we're going to vote yes, Ray, Stockton, no, Shoemaker, or Yella abstain. Put that on the board, Madam Clerk. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It should be real eloquent.
I'm sorry?
I said it should be real eloquent, so
It's
something we need to hear.
It is. It's something you need to hear. So the question's been asked by another commissioner. We haven't really got down to what we're arguing about. We're arguing about people that will support the policy that's in the library. I want to know, has everybody read the policy?
We're not talking about
We're
this.
talking about people that will support the policy.
No, sir, we are not. Now, you get on the subject or sit down.
We are talking about people that will support the policy implemented by the library board.
And we're talking about two people that people on this commission think will do that.
And I'm going to talk about the policy and the person that I think that's going to, no, we're not talking about two people that are going to support this policy. We're talking about one person that wants to get rid of the policy and one person that wants to support the policy.
That's an opinion, Mr. Chairman.
That's strictly.
That's what the fight is about.
That is an opinion.
It is. And since I can't talk to the other person to see if they will support that policy or not, I have to assume if they're running against somebody who will support the policy, that they won't support the policy.
All right, I tell you what I'm going to do, Commissioner Jones. It's totally obnoxious, but you go ahead and take all the time in the world that you want of this meeting. Go ahead and talk.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, that's absolutely awful.
No.
I'm going to be classified as probably one of the three, like is in the state in Nashville. But that is disrespectful to the people we've got here.
It is disrespectful.
You as the chair need to take control of the committee and the commission, and we need to have a vote. I can't believe we're going on 3 months, 3 ups, 3 downs, whatever.
It is ridiculous.
And we're still here spinning the wheels.
It is ridiculous. And probably if we can't do better than this, there needs to be something done elsewhere. Okay. Make it brief, real brief.
I'm willing to stay here all night for my constituents. I
I'm
don't know
not
why
willing to
everybody's
stay
in
all
such a
night.
hurry to pass through procedure that's bad policy. So,
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that the pro tem take your spot.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to be respectful, guys. I'm trying to say something about the candidate I support. We could take all night arguing about it, or I can just speak. So, a policy was created. That's the problem with this. I want to support somebody that supports this argument. There's books in the library that a lot of people have problems with. Over 200 people wrote emails saying that they supported these candidates. I believe they deserve a vote. But the argument is that conservative legislators said books that go against Tennessee state law would say these graphically sexually explicit books are not allowed to be accessed by minor children because they're not age appropriate. Liberals are arguing that a judge has not ruled on whether or not these books are age appropriate because it's an ambiguous phrase. This leaves a gray area. Therefore, the book stays on the shelf. This is the crux of the problem. Conservative library board members answer, okay, we'll put a definition of what sexually explicit means in our library policy. So there is no question. Now liberals have become angry because it is defined in a policy, so this argument of having it adjudicated first is no longer valid. Everyone knows what sexually explicit and age appropriate means, and the policy can always be revisited periodically if a community standards change. This is the key to the whole argument tonight. By placing less conservative or very progressive members on this library board, you are in fact acknowledging that your standards are less than conservative. And the community standards need to change to become more progressive. Giving those that don't share your ideals a seat on the board is very dangerous. Remember this, many of these members will outlast our positions on the commission and can change the culture of our entire county. Conservative commissioners have the ability tonight to support candidates in favor of this new policy. If they cannot vote for those that support the policy to protect children, they need to state why. Explain which part of the policy does not align with your conservative values. Without explanation, one may conclude that your values are not even reasonable, let alone conservative. I've spoken with people less conservative than me. They have no issue with this policy. I feel the main point of contention is because some of you have not read the actual policy. It's right here on your desk. Right here, starts with criteria, top line. Print it out for you, read it. Read it before this vote. There's also misinformation being pushed by a small extreme leftist group, knowing that the future of this very reasonable policy hangs in the balance and the culture of our conservative county as well. I ask you again to support candidates like Mr. Ray and Mr. Stockton. It's too late for Mr. Ray now, but Mr. Stockton, who support this policy. To do otherwise will affirm to everyone your intent to get rid of this new policy to protect children. That's what it all boils down to. You don't want to admit it, but it's all about the policy. People are mad about the policy. So support the candidate that's going to support the policy. Thank you.
Commissioner Janone.
I'm going to be in my own queue as well, Mr. Hunt, please.
Okay.
It's you.
Thank you. So what I'm witnessing here is a game of chess. This game of chess is, so we had 3 people on the list, Mr. Ray, Mr. Stockton, and Mr. Shoemake. The first vote came for Mr. Ray, Mr. Shoemake, both lost. Then we have now a motion to put Mr. Stockton on there with Mr. Shoemake, but Mr. Shoemake lost. So when does Mr. Ray be allowed to be placed back on the ballot, because both of those were not voted for? My concern is that we are playing I wish I could have somebody edit my stuff. Well, never mind. So my concern is that these people are become pawns for our games, and they're in the chess game now, and we're using them as pawns. And so when you say, first you wanted, and I'm going to be very brief because I've about had it, but when we say, oh, well, we want to send this to legislative so that we can get just 9 people, because we don't want to vote for those, because that's a cowardly way to do it, in my opinion.
So is abstaining.
But my problem is that these people do not need to be pawns. So if Mr. Ray and Mr. Shoemake were voted no, then Mr. Shoemake cannot, in my opinion, be put back to the ballot unless Mr. Ray is put back on the ballot. And they should all be 3 voted at the same time and just divide it up that way. But this is a pawn. This is a chess game, and it's being played very poorly. I would ask, as I've asked you all before, to stop playing games with people's lives. These people have gone through hell, and they have been ridiculed. There have been things said about them that are not true. And it isn't right. It isn't fair. It's not fair to any of us, and it's not right for us to be a part of it. And I ask that we stop it and stop doing what's right, do what's right and fair, and stop acting like political pawn makers in a chess game. And that's all I want to say.
There'll be no applause. Did you have a second to that nomination?
Yes, second. I second her adding back Mr. Ray.
We just voted on both. The correct answer is that, unfortunately, neither of them got selected, so we should only be voting on one individual.
Yeah,
We're
he's
only
not.
voting on this individual, but I'm asking if we got a second on that nomination. I didn't think we needed a second on the nomination.
No, this is, she was making a motion to vote on confirming them.
Oh, no. We're not gonna get it. All right, Chairman.
I just want to say that now we have a choice between Eric Stockton and Chris Shoemaker. And the last count that I had was 221 emails for Mike Ray and Eric Stockton to 54 to not vote for either one of those. I had 0 emails to vote for Chris Shoemaker. So therefore, I will not be voting for Mr. Shoemaker because the constituents spoke of who they wanted, and that's what I'm going with.
Commissioner Brown.
To me, it's unfair to put 2 people on one vote and then to renominate a loser to put on another vote. I don't understand that. I mean, all of this boils down to morality. And we need to examine ourselves. James said in James 1:21, therefore, ridding yourselves of all filthiness and all that remains of wickedness, in humility receive the word implanted, which is able to save your souls. Pornography doesn't save your soul, folks. We voted on somebody in December that was supported by the NEA, and they're not known for being moral, I'll put it that way. Also, James said in James 4:17, so for one who knows the right thing to do and does not do it, for him it is sin. Folks, an abstention is a no vote. It's not, you're not getting away with it. You're not neutral. That's a no vote. Think about it.
Commissioner Wynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will share the same comments that I just shared before about my concerns not with the policy of itself, but the operation of this policy. We are trying to solve an issue that we do not understand. And I've raised that concern. It's not because of morality or, hey, I support pornography. I like the policy, but there's a problem with the policy. There's a problem here, guys, ladies. We're still finding stuff, apparently. So we've got folks on a library board that have direct oversight of this that are not doing what they need to do, apparently. So I don't know that adding more people to a library board is the answer. It's one where we've got to fix a core issue here. And we're going through the same process and procedure that we did before to get all the folks that we've got on the library board now, and now suddenly we're going to fix it with using the same process and procedure. All I'm wanting to do is have more information to make a more informed decision. That's all that I asked last month. That's all I'm going to ask again this month. You know, we can't define what we're even trying to solve for. To me, it's, but then we get lectured about morality, you know. I don't have a problem with the policy. I think that the policy needs some work, some clarification, so it actually functions. And I'm interested in getting people who can work with other people to figure these things out. And until I feel comfortable with that, I don't think I'm going to vote. I'll abstain. But that's where I'm at. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you allowing me to speak on this time, and everybody else for not shutting me down.
Commissioner Beck, are you through?
Thank you.
Commissioner Becker.
Okay, I just wanted to read something. So Chris Shoemaker emailed all of us a series of answers of questions that somebody, one of us sent him. I don't know who it was. And this isn't something that somebody edited for me. This is his words. This is his answer. The question is, one of the questions, what is your opinion of the library policy intended to protect innocent children from age-inappropriate, graphic, and sexually explicit reading materials in the library? If you were on the library board, would you change this policy? Okay, that was the question. This is his answer. I'm reading it verbatim. The policy as it reads now is clear. I do not think I would vote in favor of changing it as far as gathering books unless there were minor changes regarding legal language. Material that is sexually explicit or depicts any sex acts should not only be in a restricted area, but that area needs to be in a manner that minor children cannot gain access. I would ask, this is Chris Shoemaker, I would ask that books that contain this material have a bright colored binding attached to the book to make it readily recognizable as adult material to add yet another layer of protection and identification. Okay? If anyone has any problem with that answer, the problem is, and listen, I understand we get a lot of emails, but we weren't elected just to count emails. But you obviously didn't read the answers that he provided. Every single answer he provided is I think everyone would agree with. But the problem is that, you know, we didn't get any emails in support of them because there was only 2 people on this, on the agenda. No one's going to email about some random people. But my point being is that Chris Shoemaker falls right in line with what we're talking about. He's going to protect the church. He's even given ideas of how to even go a step further. So that's why I'll be supporting him on this vote as well.
Commissioner Teachner.
Mr. Chairman, I care about all the citizens who've been nominated. And counting Mr. Shoemaker's email, I've gotten 1 email in favor of him. Mr. Ray has gotten 400 and some odd, 300 and some odd. So I nominate Mike Ray. Again, if it's allowed, he's nominated. That's the rules.
All right, motion and a second on that one. So we will have at least 4 names.
3.
3, sorry. Commissioner Wright?
We have just sat here and wasted a lot of the citizens' time. Just about every one of us, I guarantee you, before we ever walked through that door, we knew exactly how we were going to vote. Folks, people are tired of hearing us talk, just to hear ourselves talk. Y'all speak about getting down to business? Well, folks, let's get down to business. I just voted for Mr. Shoemaker, but from my understanding, neither one of them passed. So let's go on. Let's vote on what we need to vote on, people. I mean, we are getting way out of line. And you wonder why nobody wants to be in public service? You wonder why nobody wants to be chairman? We are the reason they don't want to be that. Y'all want to talk about looking at yourselves in the mirror? Every one of us needs to.
Commissioner Mansfield?
I'm just going to, an observation, since everybody talks about policy or somebody's not doing something. All of these materials were in the library because the policy didn't exist, because the librarians were refusing to remove age inappropriate, sexually graphic, explicit reading materials. Plain and simple. We heard tonight that when the new policy got implemented, librarians were refusing to obey the policy. Subordination. In the business world, you get fired for subordination. Military, you get fired for subordination. So when you have a policy that people aren't following and they're rebelling against it, then that's not on the board. That's on the employees who are rebelling against the policy. It's a simple fact. So, and I was a little concerned with the question given from Mr. Shoemaker about a little bit of that, if there's legal language or something, well, there's nothing wrong with it, but there was the out clause of changing it. Like, I'm not going to change it, but there might be some language or something. I read that in that email. There was it's like the and but clause that lawyers like to use to get out of stuff and trick people with. Happened a lot in the previous county commission. I got burned on that a couple times. And so I'm reticent. I appreciate Mr. Shoemaker coming forward and some of his answers. I didn't agree with his last answer. He didn't answer one of the questions about our resolution we put forward to the school board. He refused to answer that question, so he didn't answer all of them. But I am concerned about his saying he won't reverse the policy that protects kids, but except for if there's legal language or something else like that, which is a big, huge subjective swath of what that could be. So I can't support Mr. Shoemaker at this time, but I will be supporting Mr. Stockton or Mr. Rick.
Now, before I call on the next person, we have only one person in the queue, and it'd be good, probably Commissioner Wright had the most wisdom of anyone here tonight. Let's just vote and get this done with. But Commissioner Schoaf.
This is going to be super quick. I just want to make an amendment that if no one is appointed, that we immediately take a vote to reduce from 11 to 9 so that we can be done. So we get everybody. We can. Just do it.
Would you like to send, with your motion, would you like for your motion
I would
to
like,
send it to legislature?
I would like to just do it tonight. And there may be, and my colleague just made a mention, and if this is not germane, that could be a ruling against this. I would like to just, because we see what's happening here. I voted for for the individuals, you know, multiple times at this point. I've spoken with them. I think they're great folks. I'm sure Mr. Shoemaker is a great person. It is clear to me that we are at an impasse. I don't know how this next vote's going to go, but if I'm looking at the recent past as any predictor, we're going to continue to be at an impasse. So let's just be done with it.
The attorney feels like that we can direct this to the legislative committee, and which would give it a chance for public comment, or you know, otherwise. Okay. All right. We have 3 names on the board. Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Procedurally, is this going to be the loser drops off and the top 2 winners go on? That's how we did committees, and when we have multiple people on a slate, how's this going to progress?
All right, the person will drop off.
So the top 2 vote getters will pass, or do they have to get
for another vote?
At that point, then it'll split.
Place that on the board, Madam Chairman. The green will be the recommendation of the committee, Mr. Stockton. The red will be Mr. Shoemaker. And the yellow will be, who is the other person?
Mike Ray.
Okay, Mike Ray. All right.
Mr. Chairman, there's a good possibility that nobody's going to get 13, but after you drop off one person.
I just said that.
On a revote.
I just said that.
Okay, so there'll be another vote after this first vote.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, wouldn't it be easier if we make a motion just to pull and have 2 at once and then do 2 at once?
No, it wouldn't. Okay, place that on the board. Yeah, it's green, red, and yellow.
Each commissioner records your vote.
All right, the green, who was, who? Mr. Stockton will be dropped, and it'll be now between Mr. Shoemaker and Mr. Ray.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to change my vote to the yellow.
All right. That doesn't change anything. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we're using the same colors that we just used.
Green will be Mr. Ray, and red will be Mr. Shoemaker. All right. Call the vote.
Each commissioner records your vote.
And that is a no vote at 10-10. And now it can go to legislative. Someone can present that to legislative, and we will look at a 9-member board. All right, anything else from the committee?
Yes, sir. Item 2 is Airport Authority Regional Board, Samuel Soloranzo, a 5-year term. And it got a positive recommendation from the commission, and I so move.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Mr. Schmidt?
Based on, I'm going to split this one with a constituent who has requested that we bring this name forward, and I agree with her. I'd like to nominate Steve Shepard, who is already on the board and has over 30 years of pilot experience. So I move to nominate Steve Shepard.
All right, so we have, we will designate the green for Mr., I hope I pronounce this right, Mr. Solorzano, and the red will be Mr. Shepherd. There's no one in the queue, so I'll ask the clerk to place that on the board.
Each commissioner record your vote.
All right, we have 10 votes for the committee's recommendation and 12 for the person nominated from the floor, Mr. Shepherd.
There's another vote.
He wasn't in his seat.
He can change his vote.
A non-vote.
Go ahead.
Green is Sarzano, red is Steve Shepherd.
All right, and then Mr. Shepherd is elected, 13 votes. All right, go ahead.
Item 3 is Civil Service Board. William Moody, a 2-year term, and Terry Mims, a 2-year term. Both received a positive recommendation. I'd like to group and approve.
All right, motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
That's
Those
all,
are
Chairman.
elected.
Thank you.
All right, Legislative Committee.
Resolution 2502-09 is to approve a quitclaim deed to Gallatin Church of Christ to clarify an easement. I so move.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Resolution 2502-10 is to approve an updated public records policy. I so move.
Motion and a second. Commissioner Boyd.
Just wondering if we could hear what we're updating. What's the public, are we just sending it out to be updated, or do we have a new one for the place of it? I just wanted clarification.
This is, the attorney advises me, we've had this policy in place for a long time, but it's a review and just an update annually. And there have been minor changes, no substantive kind of change, but minor wording.
We're approving the new policy, or we're going to look at a new policy? I just want clarification.
We're approving what's in the packet right now. It's a yes or no vote.
Thank you.
All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Resolution 2502-11 is to authorize the law director to take action on uncollected reappraisal fees, and I so move.
Motion and a second. Commissioner Boyd.
So this is an issue that I've went back and forth on many times. It's one of the first issues we took up as a commission. And I went back and forth, and I've talked to several people. I've talked to the comptroller, I've talked to the president of the Assessors Association, I've talked to MTASC, I've talked to CTASC, I've talked to CTASC's lawyers. We have an issue statewide. I would like to recommend that we take this up and ask for an AG opinion. This is an issue that's across the whole state. Most counties are going back and forth. I was told recently that White House, for example, doesn't pay Robertson County for their assessor fees. It's all over the board. CTASC and MTASC cannot come to an agreement on this. I'd like to ask that we request that the legislators ask the Attorney General to make a call on this and get to that we finally can have an answer. And I've went back and forth. I've been an advocate of suing the city. Today, I'm not an advocate of it. As I look at it today, I live in the city of Gallatin. When we ask them to pay, I pay twice for the assessor to assess my property. Other commissioners that live in the county, they pay once for that assessment. It goes back and forth. One day I spoke with Will Denali, and he had me convinced that this is the right way. It goes back and forth. I ask that we get an AG opinion before we spend any more lawyer resources. That's all.
Mr. Mansfield.
No, I don't have any comments. I made a motion to approve this, and I stand by that motion.
All right. Commissioner Schoaf. No. All right. then we'll either vote it up or down. You've heard what Commissioner Boyd said, either yes or no passing this. All right? Call the vote.
Each commissioner record your vote.
All right, that passes with 17 to 6.
All right, the final item was added from the agenda. Again, it was for designating Scott Shamrock as the Title VI Coordinator for Sumner County. I so move.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
That concludes my report, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 2502-12, this is established revenue estimates for fiscal year 2026.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
Hold on, Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
have two in
okay.
queue.
Commissioner Klein. Forget that vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to say that with the report from Mr. King earlier, the school board took $7.5 million extra dollars last budget season. They sent back to their account $17 million, which means they not only didn't use the $7.5 million, but they actually didn't use 9.5 of their MOE. I would like to make an amendment to the motion that rather than increase the MOE to 6.2 million more, that we keep it straight at MOE.
Second. Everyone understand what we're voting on? Need Mr. Klein to further explain? All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
We'll put it on the board. Yeah. This is 2502-12.
And this is the amendment, correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, the amendment to that, the amendment to that.
Each commissioner record your vote.
All right, that fails to get 13 votes, so that dies. All right, are we ready to vote on the main, Mr. Mansfield?
I was just going to make the comment. I mean, I appreciate the board member King bring to our attention that the comptroller has shown that as of fiscal year ending June 30, 2024, that school board had $17 million in the reserve fund balance for a total of $143 million total in that reserve fund balance. It is worth noting that since in 13 years, there's been 110%, almost 111% increase in the MOE year after year. I know about 4 or 5 years ago that the school board was about $60 million over their MOE is what the county commission was giving to the schools. And obviously, by showing the comptroller's report, there is, in the fact that money was even held back and not even spent of what was given last year, I don't agree with this and be voting no, but I wish it would have passed for, what the heck. I'm going to make an amendment to reduce the MOE as well. So, give it another shot. I think it's right.
Is there a second?
Reduce, what's the, to what? I mean, I just.
Take off this, go to MOE.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Can you vote twice on that? I mean, we just voted. Unless that motion is slightly changed, the attorney does not feel, as we ruled earlier, that you can vote on it, the exact thing back to back.
I tried.
All right, Commissioner Brown?
Since 2018, the population, school population for this county has remained flat. Now, we, according to TISA, have to raise the base of what teachers get to $50,000. We're on course for that. I have no problem with it. But the thing is, when you've got a school system holding money hostage, that's taxpayer money, that's wrong. It's totally wrong. And that's what's happening. $143 million of taxpayer money held hostage. They're not paying for any facilities. They're not paying the teachers. They're holding it hostage. And that's wrong. That is wrong. In 2018, the ratio, the percentage was 15.4 to the population of the county. Last year, it's 14.74. It's gone down. It's because people are homeschooling. People are going to private schools because they don't like what's in the public schools. I just cannot see why we keep giving people money and they're just going to put it away, squirrel it away, instead of using it to pay for stadiums that should have been maintenanced over 25, 30 years. And now here we've got a big, huge price tag, and still we have no stadiums a year and a half later. All we've got is pictures showing progress, but no stadiums. These things were supposed to have been put up in August 2024, but they're not there. I cannot see how in the world we increase MOE when we are flat on school population. And then we've got, like I say, an increase in the base pay. We've got to hold the line on the MOE. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Klein.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to take the history back a little bit further. In 2011, the MOE for the school system was $63,636. The enrollment was 27,564. If we go through with this 6.2 increase in MOE, and that's just the beginning, we will have increased from 63.6 to 140,256,000, which is a 120% increase in 15 years, when the enrollment this past year is 30,426, which is a 10% increase. So we have increased, and I understand inflation, I understand the cost of living increase, but to take our MOE up 120% in 15 years, when our enrollment has only increased 10%, who are we representing here? We're talking about a county that is a little over 200,000 people. We have 30,000 and a few more students, and those students are requiring 80% of our budget. When do we stop? We already know that every year they have extra money that they put in this account to the tune of $143 million, and they just spent $20+ million on bleachers. When are we going to say enough is enough? Who are we representing here? Are we representing the taxpayers, or are we representing specifically the school board? Folks, we've got people out there who can barely stay in their houses because their property taxes keep going up. Here in a revenue neutral year, my property taxes went up 20%. How is that possible in a revenue neutral year? Something's wrong, and we're not addressing it. I know it didn't pass to keep it revenue neutral. How about I make a motion that we only increase it $500,000 above revenue, above MOU?
Second. Motion and a second. We'll place that on.
Can I get in queue on this? I just want to explain state a couple
Okay,
things.
go ahead.
And I'll be brief. So it's important to understand, one, when we talk about fund balance at the end of a year, you can say, hey, I've got this big chunk. But what you really want to look at is year-over-year change. So are they burning down or are they burning up? So previously, or are they stacking? Late last year, and I don't remember the exact commission meeting, we had received a report from the comptroller stating that the schools had potentially over budgeted, meaning that they were projected to overburn. And that was true. I think they're going to be okay this year, but the comptroller's report was basically like, hey, given what was budgeted versus expected revenues, it was going to be tight for the schools. So we can't. Now we're arguing the other side. Oh, they're saving so much money. You can't. Both of those things cannot be true. We're either really tight and we can hammer them on being tight, which is fine. Hey, you're not budgeting enough over, or you can hammer the schools for saying, okay, you're stacking all this money. But both of those things cannot be true. We can't hammer both at the same time, right? Because those two things are logically inconsistent. So that's one. Second, if you could apply that same logic to county revenues, right? Like, so we have from time to time moved funds, moved penny allocations from debt service. Like last year, we moved it from debt service to capital. If you were to look at our capital expenditures, if you were to look at our total capital expenditures last year, year over year between fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025, you'd see this huge increase, and you could say, like, oh my goodness, they're stacking. But that doesn't mean that we had a specific capital allocation that we had put that toward, which I'm sure is part of what's going on with the schools here. We're not stacking $20 million. We're going to put it toward roads. So it's a very equivalent thing, and I just want to be clear. If we want to criticize the schools, and we can. I agree with my fellow commissioner, and I was the one who sat up here, and everybody was mad, and I said, there's no way you're going to make that timeline. No way it's going to happen. Didn't happen. That's correct. There's plenty of things to criticize the schools on, but we've got to be consistent if we're going to criticize. We need to be logically consistent. So speaking of being logically consistent, I just want to explain where this $6.5 million extra came from. When I first came on, and I apologize for taking time here, but I'm trying to just explain. When I first came on as the budget chair, what I noticed is that the previous commission the schools would basically get a double take of, and I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying this is what appeared to happen to me. There would be a reverse look at how much extra that we had captured in revenue versus estimates, because our finance department is very, very conservative. That's what we want them to do. So we do tend to capture almost every year more than we expect. That's how we should work. So the schools would look back at that and say, hey, okay, we captured an extra $5 million, capture that $5 million, and then can we stack something more on top of it? So year one, when I came on here, we kept it at maintenance of effort, and what that did was stopped that doubling up of the chain. Last year we made a mistake. I will take responsibility for it. I did this same, and it wasn't me, it was our finance department, did the same analysis and said, hey, we think we're going to have about $7 million extra in recurring funds this year. I communicated that to Mr. Langford, and Mr. Langford, Dr. Langford, he looked at it, and he applied, I think, a previous logic was, okay, we can do $7.5 million, that's the extra that you have gotten. And then Mr. Schoaf is saying that he's going to give an extra $7 million on top of that. That's not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to give it once. So this year, we're being super crystal clear here. This is a very conservative way to do it. I'm looking back and saying, hey, we've got, if we keep all the penny allocations exactly the same, we keep all the percentages exactly the same, and we hit projections from this last year. So I'm not even looking forward. I'm saying if we just do what we did this year, we could do $6.5 million more for you. That to me is a sustainable, it's about a sustainable trajectory. It's not, we do this whipping back and forth, and we hate, the schools are spending too much, and now we're not going to let them spend anything at all. I just want to put us on a steady, predictable trajectory so that our schools have an understanding of what we can afford, that gives them some cushion to build up toward the state's requirements for recurring expenditures toward teachers, which we all say we support. So I apologize for the lengthy explanation there. I think it's important for me to lay out my rationale and the rationale of the Budget Committee, and I think it's also important to lay out a couple of the nuances about how these things are built. So sorry for the diatribe.
Commission.
Their fund balance has been lifted, but the unrestricted portion is actually down.
Correct.
Because of the fund balance.
All right, we have a motion on the floor, an amendment on the floor by Commissioner Klein and a second. So are any of the three of you in the queue wanting to speak specifically to that amendment? If not, we'll go ahead and vote on that. So let's vote on that, yes or no to that amendment.
Each commissioner record your vote.
That amendment fails, 14-9, and we're back to the main motion. Commissioner Miller.
I would also like to offer an amendment to go back to MOE plus $100. That's a different motion.
Second.
All right, a motion and a second.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to amend that. I would like to make a motion that we, with one vote, we consider $1 million intervals all the way up to $5 million plus.
That the intervals only be on $1 million.
And $1 billion. Must be on $1 million each if we want to do
Any
this.
discussion on that? All right, let's place that on the board, yes or no.
Each commissioner record your vote.
The amendment, can I clarify, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
The amendment says that if somebody wants to make a change, it has to be in an increment of at least $1 million.
But there was no second.
Oh, it's not going, Mr.
Did I vote?
We're going to have to put it on the board again because.
All right, we're placing this on the board again.
Each commissioner record your vote.
That amendment passes.
I'm abstaining. Make me an abstention.
Still passed.
What had you voted previously?
Change mine to no.
From yes?
said no.
No.
From yes?
Yes. From yes to no.
Still passes.
So that would be 13-10. Mr. Teachner, Dr. Teachner changed his vote. So it still passes 13-10. All right, we're back on the,
It has to be $1 million, and now it has to be at least 1.5 million.
okay. Is that what you would like to propose?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Klein?
I propose an amendment based on the fact that this is only a starting point. This is not the final point. This is the very starting point for negotiations on a budget for the school. This does not mean that Mr. Langford will not get the 15 million he's asking for. It just means that we would start. So my amendment is that we start at $1 million over MOU.
All right, is there a second to that? All right, there's a motion and a second, $1 million over. All right. Mr. Mansfield.
I just want to clarify that the county's not responsible for the mandate from the state by 26, 27 for teachers' base pay to be $50,000. That is the state's responsibility, and they're providing 100% of that funding, not the county. I just want to remind everybody that. Also want to remind everybody that 2 years ago, the schools got like an extra $30-something million for that purpose, for teacher pay raises, and they didn't use it for that, to bring them up where they needed to do. And if you look at administrative bloat compared to teacher pay, the administrative bloat is way out of control. And that is a stat not just in Tennessee, but in the nation. And it's a problem. It's a federal problem. So I want to remind everybody, if there's any problems with pay, or there was money, or should have been money, to solve all these problems without increasing MOU at all. But the school board didn't use that money for those intended purposes from the state. And it's the state that is providing all the teacher pay increases, 100% of it. I just want to remind us of that. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Becker.
Yeah, I'm looking, make an amendment to the amendment. Instead of 1 million over, we'll have 7 million over.
7 million over?
What was the original? What was
6.5.
Okay, so 6 million.
6.12 million.
Okay,
Sorry.
so my amendment to the amendment is flat 6 million. Over.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. No one's in the queue, so we'll place that on the board.
Each commissioner records your vote.
That amendment does pass 14 to 9. All right, we're back to the main motion.
It's essentially the same vote, Mr. Chairman.
Pardon?
It's essentially the same vote, 6 million.
Yeah, it is, but we need to record it. Place that on the board, main motion.
Each commissioner records your vote.
And that passes 13 to 9, okay, with one abstention. All right, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So moving on, 2502-13, approve BOE budget amendment number 2. I so move.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
2502-14, approve BOE budget amendment number 2. Motion, second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign.
2502-15, approve BOE budget amendment number 3. I so move.
Motion. All right, let's get past this one. Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign. Now you want to make that motion, so that would be for 5 and 6.
5 through
For everything else? All right. Motion to group and approve. All in favor say aye.
Mr. Chairman, I'm opposed to this, but I have questions about some of these items on here, so I guess I'm going to get to ask.
All right.
I'll answer them.
Noting that he has said that, all in favor say aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Opposed, like sign.
I'm not opposing something. I'm in the queue before you started talking.
Oh, okay.
I'll be happy to answer
All right, go ahead.
if I can.
Item number 12, make technical correction of resolution 2412-31. What are we doing here? And what does 2412-31 say? Can we talk about that one? caption doesn't talk about it. Just trying to find it in the packet.
Did we put 2412 dash? We may not have put it in there.
Oh, it's attached to it.
Is it?
So 2502-23 is what I'm looking for.
Yeah. Say that again, Mr.
Mr. Lawrence?
The original resolution on the front page said 44750. The attachment said 418,590. The correct amount's the 418,590. To make sure they agree, we're asking to be corrected to be the same, which is the lower amount, which is the correct amount.
So this is the, what was it, like a $1.2 million facility for the Oak Grove Volunteer Fire Department, if I'm not mistaken, that we voted on back in December. That could have done for a couple $100,000, but this is asking for additional funds of 418, but this is not asking for this to be a $1.6 million project.
No, yeah, it's reducing it from 440 to 418. That's correct.
Right. If you look at the third page back, that 418,590, that was the correct amount approved. But if you look on the front page, it was a clerical error and it had 44750. So we're asking to be changed to 418,590, which is the correct amount.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let's do that one more time. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, like sign, and I have one thing
Motion.
to say. Go ahead.
No, I was going to motion to do
One
something.
comment. This is not in defense necessarily of the school system, just informational. I always hated to see the Board of Education get money from the state for salaries, because it hurt us as a school system, because you never did anything except have every teacher that is above, that you have in the system, above the minimum number, and every special program and any extra administrators were always not funded. Now, they would say all teachers will get a pay raise, but there would be a certain percentage of the teachers that would never, and the school system would have to pick that up. And I always dreaded for the state to say, well, the teachers are getting us an 8% pay raise, because it was for only those that were on a minimum level within the system. Okay, we are adjourned.